Hey, everybody. So I was staring at Mitch McConnell's grand tableau again. And it's like, wish we could see KARIN tonight, so maybe she'd give me a fresh set of eyes, because I've been staring. I know I was supposed to be looking at the what's his face, Jeffrey Clark, but I couldn't. I got stuck on McConnell's, like staring at it, trying to pick it apart. I was just texting with Johnny and stuff because I started doubting myself because I was considering the corners. And then, because the corners were saying that they've manipulated everything in the maps to give them the advantage and then take away from key areas to give them a win. And then they can manipulate the victory for the minority down this line of influence here, which hits McConnell. So after I started taking all of that into consideration, I still started doubting myself. And I was looking at it and I was like, well, he's all the way at the very, 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 very bottom of the tableau. So that tells me that something has been set into motion, that he has no control over it. Even though the corners are saying that the way that they have manipulated maps and districts by expanding and taking away in key areas gives them the advantage. From where he sits, though, it still doesn't look like that happens to me. And then he has mountain over his head, which is like, let me get my little book here. Sorry guys, I've been like going through all my notes because I'm convinced that I'm missing something, and I'm also double guessing myself as well. But let me see, hold on. I really wish that these see,
right here, negative cards above your head will crush you. That's one of the worst cards you can get over his head, the Mountain. So, like I said, I was supposed to be doing Clark, and I was like, no, girl, go back and look at Mcconnell's. So then I started asking Johnny, I was like, well, fuck, you know, because I was comparing my grand tableaus, and I was asking him to pull some cards for me. And I asked him if McConnell would gain power again for the GOP. He's getting yes for the House and no for the Senate, which would explain the sun being cornered by these two very bad clouds and mountain right over his head. So it's almost like a stalemate. But then when I look at House itself, which I would read as, quite possibly the House of Representatives, in this tableau, it's bad cards. It's got cross right here, House here, followed by clouds, the worst card ever. So it's affecting these two cards. Clouds is affecting these cards right here. It's affecting, it's affecting the House and the Storks. It's affecting the Crossroads and the Cross. It's affecting the Rider and the Fox. And then here it's followed by mice. And the mice take away. They steal. Mice sits in, I'm not upset, Earth Mama. I'm not, because they leaked it over a month ago. It was just a matter of, when it was going to officially come out. So I'm not upset. I was expecting it, So anyways, mice sits in House Key, and Key takes away. So if I follow the Key around, mice goes to Key, which goes to Mountain. Taking something away and a significant blockage or an obstacle here. Then it's Woman, Lily's Bear. A conservative, very powerful woman, financial of some sort, power, and an offer for something that is desired is becomes very painful. There's a promise or a commitment to overcome. The promise and commitment to overcome this is very uncertain. The results of the many in the elections, for those that are in favor, that has been the pathway has been cleared for that, but the win that they're expecting is disputed or difficult, and it is small. And then there's something here in the law or in the courts that's very expansive, that brings an ending to let me see, to something, let me see, to something that is brings an ending. Something that is emotional, and then the public has trouble. And Snake is also a woman. Well, the other woman. The public is betrayed. The party betrays. The community trouble. Let me see. That's what I was saying, Lisa Graham. That's why I'm stuck on his grand tableau, because the coroners are speaking about something that has been manipulated to expand and improve their chances of delivering a win, for them to be successful. Close, like carving certain things out to where, like the gerrymandering. Do you see what I'm saying? Where they've gerrymandered a lot of states all to hell, where it's disproportionate. Do you see what I'm saying? Because here, stars and storks, the maps have been changed, upgraded in their favor. But so it's almost like it's a very narrow window, but then he ends up stuck somehow. And when I follow the writer around, it goes Fox to writer to Scythe. So one way to interpret that, I've gone over this a million times. Very devious and cunning and manipulative news is very swift, a very sharp decision. But it's also, if the writer is acting as something that's being delivered, that delivery gets canceled, gets cut off. So if it's in regards to what they've manipulating it to deliver them the results, that gets cut. If I look at Clover, which would be the win, okay, and I box this in, well, birds is right above it, so negotiating and talking about the win, but that win is small. Child here. If I box it in, what closes the square is coffin. Coffin sits on garden, so closing certain things off from the public or from the community. So we're looking at voter suppression laws, gerrymandering, voter purging voter rolls, all that sort of stuff. Do you see what I'm saying? All the tactics that they've previously used, plus new engineering and new strategies that they may have gained. Not voting machines, the square peg. This is not voting machines. That they learned from Mango's attempted coup. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's almost like what we've all been saying, that the insurrection in January 2020 was the trial run. So it's almost like it's not that violent, it's more covert. They've employed other tactics along with what they already have in their toolbox. But it's still, the win is, they close off the public, but the win here is small, and then the opportunity here is closed and blocked here. So it goes tree in the house of clover, clover in the house of whip, coffin in the house of garden, mountain in the house of woman, and then heart in the house of cross. So something, a solid win, or growing a win, growing your win by closing off certain neighborhoods and blocking here. but he still doesn't have access because key is blocked here by mountain. But he knights here to fish. He still gets the majority. Fish is many. Fish is many. And then sitting in the house of crossroads, the crossroads would be like your polls in your elections, because crossroads has to do with decisions and choices and options, alternatives, different paths that you take. Pathways here are obscured and difficult, and they've closed them down. They've made it very small, very narrow, and closed them down, very obscured here. The results with letter in the house of fish, the results are the many for them, in the minority, because they took away mice here from a key area by blocking. But it's almost like that strategy still doesn't work. And I'm stuck here looking at House as the House of Representatives, and this here isn't looking good either. But then when I look here to Tower, see, he's distant from Tower. So with him being distant to Tower, it's almost like, and he doesn't have access here. So Tower, it would be like the longevity, but it's also courts, large buildings, his ambitions, red tape. And if we're looking at the Tower as red tape, well, the red tape has been manufactured and engineered here with Fox. It's been manufactured and engineered in their favor, because it goes moon, Tower, bouquet, and stars down this column here. But he sits far from that. We talked about the SCOTUS ruling here. We talked about the weapons and that decision here. Earlier, we talked about the surgeries to the womb with Scythe and Moon. There's something that could be considered cosmetic surgeries as well, with Scythe knighting over to bouquet. Scythe knights down to Anchor, which there's Anchor provides some hope and stability, and a new direction for women that are very persistent this way. And also women achieve their goals by going in a different direction, or women are persistent in their success, in their visions, in their hope, but they're successful. They're able to attain that. But down this way, it's showing that there's something very successful in the courts that is pleasing and satisfies. Johnny was getting that he doesn't get the majority in the Senate, but he was getting that they get the majority in the House. And if I'm interpreting this shows that he doesn't get the majority in the House, if I'm reading this correctly. I just asked Johnny because I was confusing myself. Hold on. Jenny Thomas, Steve Bannon, Mo Brooks, Jim Jordan, McCarthy. Okay, McCarthy's up here. His elections are right over here. So around his elections, let me see if I can do it this way, so you get, because I know you guys don't understand these answers or these numbers. Where's 21? Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna, instead of laying out the entire tableau, I'm just gonna cut out this little box right here. So I need snake. Clouds. Clouds, clouds, clouds. Where the hell are the clouds? Sun. Okay, there's crossroads. Sun. Okay, I need this. Fox. Ring. Key. Okay, let me look at his corner. And his elections are over here. Okay. All right, what else did he have? Difficulties with the law this way. Something in the courts that's growing and blooming and causing a lot of grieving with the courts and the law. He knights to lilies, he knights to house with the loyalist. Okay, so hold on, let me fabricate that itty bitty little piece. Okay, that's the box around the election results. Okay, so we see that there's people working together in unison for access or answers. However, those answers are blocked and delayed in the results here. There's a couple of results. And this right here says that there's something fraudulent with these results. Here it's saying that there's manipulation and success is uncertain. That uncertainty is problematic with the results because it's like two different types of results, or the results are multiple. Fraud is blocked. Fraud is blocked. This can be read as a smart woman. Problem with manufactured obstacles and delays, manipulated obstacles and delays, manipulated and fabricated lies and problems is the answer to successful results. But this letter sits on crossroads. And this is saying that there's multiple different results. But when I look at it that way, it brings me back to the whole scheme with the false selectors, because crossroads means alternatives. Letter sits on crossroads. So alternative results, or multiple results. Also mail that is forwarded. Okay. If I look to the right, it shows that the results don't bring improvement this way, because it's letter, storks, which would be the improvement, and then coffin, which closes it, ends the improvement. If I follow letter this way, it's showing that the results are very strong. Let me see. Where's birds? Where's anchor? Let me do this. Birds. Anchor. Gives me the birds, anchor, sun. Sun goes back to birds. Birds, anchor, sun, birds. So his goal is to be successful and become speaker. Birds sing, speaker is the goal, and that's successful. But it's like, but the anchor is your goal, what you're trying to do. So he's aiming for to become speaker. And he has dominion over this woman here in the house, who's law or works in government, very knowledgeable, perhaps working on a project. And then his line of influence here is man, clover, rider, ship, and birds. He's taking a risk. News that he took a risk, or that he's taken a gamble by going somewhere, visiting somewhere, messaging somewhere. And then ship. Hold on. And transition to speaker. Down here. Taking a risk and winning. Transitioning to speaker. And that's his goal. Birds to sun. Or birds to anchor to sun. He unites here to house. Okay. And then he sits over this woman here. So he has dominion over her. I don't know who she is. I don't know who she is. Letter here, not only in regards to his election results for the House, letter also knights here to Scythe. That would be like impeachment, not of him, but discussing impeachment and making this person down here suffer. So, and then dog sits on coffin. This person here suffers. Whip sits in the house of woman. Clouds, lilies, heart. So a desire for these conservatives that are misguided to retaliate against this person here that's in power by impeaching. So let me see. Hold on. Okay, I asked for one card, yes or no. That's another no. And then that's a yes. So, no. I asked, will the Republicans impeach Joe Biden? That's a hard no. So, what this is telling me is that there is a loss here, a really big loss. And then there's perpetual chronic fighting and discord. Like this shit doesn't let up. But no, they don't impeach him. I was just looking at the corner there. Sorry. One second. I asked, will the Republicans win the majority in the House after the midterms? This is saying there's going to be a lot of stress and anxiety, a lot of gossip, a lot of chatter, and persistent fighting and arguing. This is looking like a no. This is like, I mean, this is persistent fighting and arguing. This right here is debate, talking with a lot of bad words, fighting. So I'm getting a no. It's like in his, I can see it when I follow it here, but his luck and his chance and his win and opportunity. Clover is sitting in the house of Scythe. Where is Scythe? Scythe sits on the house of stars. So it's almost like That opportunity is cut here. That hope, that strategy that they had, that he has for some sort of guidance to go somewhere else, that gets cut here. And the delivery of that for him to transition to speaker. But if I'm interpreting this correctly, hey, Jenny, I'll have to come back and review this again after the midterms, but I have it. We did this one in May. His goal is to reach speakership. But if I'm interpreting this correctly, I don't know. I don't know. So his results improve here, but he's got letter and then storks right behind it. But storks sits on house mice, and mice takes away. It deteriorates. And also, if I follow this line here, the results and progress moving forward, the progress that is made with the results closes here with coffin. That's this line across this way. So there's a lot of pain and suffering and grief in the house. News that is very problematic because of lies and betrayal, and the false results to improve or overturn something, and that how all of that is affecting the results for him, that prevents him from progressing. If I'm making sense, that's one way to interpret that line, or that I'm interpreting that line. Let me see. So his line of fate was long. So it goes man, rider, tower, ring, tree, bouquet, fish, letter, crossroads, child. Okay, so news of his ambitions, or the feedback of his ambitions, getting a new idea for his ambitions in government, about his authority. Let me see. And there's some sort of a partnership or a contract, or some sort of completion that is growing and blooming with the majority, or with the people that are free, the many, in regards to several results for the minority. And there is significant trouble with the public. This could also be the committee, that is problematic in regards to a delay and an investigation, or something that is being manipulated in the home. Quite literally, it could be house, with the loyalists that are suffering from trying to take away and overturning, with storks and mice, changing something and stealing. Bear and lilies, for, I guess you can call that like pure power, pure force, doing it by pure force, by attacking here, lilies. And then it goes woman book, and a woman that has knowledge of something that is closed, or woman's knowledge closed, or woman's knowledge ends. The desire to win is ruptured with the widespread transition, the vast transition, the vast enterprise of this entire thing. That's his chain around the houses in this tableau. So let me see. I mean, I hope to God I'm not being biased, and I'm being as careful as I can and sticking to the rules as best I can. But I'm only I'm only human, and I make mistakes too. But his win would be clover. Where does that fall in his line? Man, rider, tower, ring, tree, bouquet, fish, letter, crossroads, child. So even here, an abundance of results for the elections is small, and the answer is confusing or there's significant trouble. The public, problems, delays, manipulations, or working in the house, loyals, people that are loyal suffer. His win is here, and it's followed by scythe. That's luck that gets cut off. Okay, let me show you guys something, how I'm understanding it in my brain. This here is luck and opportunity and chance. This ruptures it, cuts it off like a tower, like the tower card in tarot. If it was this way, it would be a stroke of luck. This way, luck is cut off, if I'm making sense. And that's how it falls in his tableau. And then down this column here, secrets that were buried are suddenly revealed that bring losses and endings. And then we had moon in its own house in this tableau. Moon is honor, it's fame, it's prestige, it's recognition, it's your reputation, it's your fame. And it's so far out of reach. It is so far out of reach for him. Also, even though his goal is to become speaker with birds, bouquet, and sun, his goal to become speaker will anchor sits over here and he's up here, also out of reach. So achieving fame and recognition and honors is out of reach. If I'm using the near and if I incorporate near and far. Had this been closer, I would feel a little bit more confident saying, yeah, he will achieve his goal, but it's too far, if I'm making sense. And I'm sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm trying to unfuck my brain because it's just like fried. Then here's the Jim Jordan one that we did. We did this one on the 7th of June. Did Mo Brooks, Scott Perry, Jenny Thomas, Ted Cruz. Let me look at him again. This one I didn't look at very much because I just wanted to see about the affair situation. And that clown, where was he? This one he had bear in its own house and clover in its own house. And then he had whip and storks mirroring each other in this tableau. So let me see here. Where's that clown? Where is this freaking idiot? He was right here. Okay. So his thing is financial opportunities and powerful opportunities. And then like a pattern. He's got a pattern of with whip and storks, it's almost like a pattern of flexibility, if that makes any sense. Not like yoga. I mean, if you could also interpret that as physical exercise, like dancing with whip and storks. That could be like dancing or something like that. As a mundane way to interpret that, but it's almost like it's a repeated chronic, and also with storks are migratory birds. That's why they're associated to moves, like moving residents and stuff. So it could be how he always does a power play by repeating the same talking points about immigration and migrants. With bear and clover, power play, power risk, power play. Repeating with whip And then storks, immigration. That's, yeah, fucking idiot. I can't stand the son of a bitch. Shame. And I pulled yes or no cards on it too, if he would get the speakership, and it was birds, anchor, whip. No, there's just going to be a lot of fighting. I didn't get something huge like the key or the sun or the moon. Key would have been hands down yes. Moon would have been hands down yes. Sun would have been hands down yes. It was not. Birds, the closer it lands, it becomes negative. So when you do a spread and the card by itself is neutral, but when it shows up in a small read, it can be interpreted as a negative card just because it carries the energy of a lot of nervousness, if I'm making sense. I'm just trying to rationalize shit in my head, you guys. Oh, I forgot. I was looking for mountain clouds and the impact on the spread. Let me see. Okay. Nope. Ring. Tree, coffin, tower, the luminaries. Let me see. Whenever the significator falls under the moon, okay. Having the sun in these positions is always a big advantage. Significator will receive light and warmth. The sun will also intensify the beneficial effect of other positive cards surrounding the querent. But this is followed by mountain. Nope. Okay. The moon near or very near. The moon far. Okay, this would apply to McCarthy. In this area of the Grand Tableau, the moon is a harbinger of sorrow in terms of appreciation or respect. In this, okay, going back to McCarthy. McCarthy was like up here. Moon is on the opposite corner. And it says here, based on the original instructions, in this area of the Grand Tableau, the moon is a harbinger of sorrow in terms of appreciation or respect. Unfortunately, the moon cannot fully shine upon the querent. Recognition, popularity, and appreciation for one's personality or performances are beyond reach. Talent and effort are not recognized, and you are not being patted on the back for your achievements. This card can influence the areas of your life that are surrounded by bad cards. Hopefully the querent can count on the presence of the close circle, which he does not have. The gang of misery, he didn't have the full cluster. In the worst case scenario, the moon far from this significator and surrounded by very negative cards and constellations could point to extremely hard times. Rejection by society, marginalization, dishonor, poverty, and a total lack of pride. Wait, let me see. What was he surrounded by? Well, he had coffin right over it. Okay, hold on. We put this here. The ring, the health cluster. Okay, coffin, tree. Let me see, hold on. When the coffin is referring to a significator's health, life under you while the tree's energy sucks the energy out of the cards around it. Okay, so no, we're not worried about turmoil. He's got coffin and then moon. Tower's far. Okay. All right. Okay, so we went through the sun. I'm looking for mountain. Mountain, mountain, mountain. The Gang of Misery. Okay. The snake. Snake is on mountain. The fox, which is up here, so at night's there. And the mountain. Snake, fox, where's mountain? Where's mountain? Right here. He does have the Gang of Misery. Okay, so it's saying here that the Gang of Misery are the troublesome, are the troublemakers that the querent could encounter. Wait, where's mice? So fox, snake, mountain. Where is mice? Where's 23? 23 is right there. Yeah, he's got the whole Gang of Misery in a close cluster. So I'm following this right here. The Gang of Misery are the troublesome or the troublemakers that the querent could encounter. This is the counterpart of the close circle cluster. This gang consists of the following henchmen: the snake, which is right here, the fox, which is right here, the mountain, which is right here, and the mice, which is right here. Another card that you should always pay attention to is the house card. Okay, where's the house card? Where's 4? Right here. Okay, it sits far away from the Gang of Misery. Wait, does it? Well, shit, it's got clouds right there. Okay. All these cards can indicate that the querent should be especially cautious with regards to people or developments in his or her environment. I would say that this is work in the house, fox in the house of house, house in the house of dogs, co-workers in government that are problematic with clouds right there. Let me see. And then we get to the house and meaning where it lands in the middle of the tableau becomes bad. The house meaning in different positions. We went through that already. Okay. In Jeffrey, what's his face? His tableau. Okay. The mountain very near to the significator. This card primarily represents an enemy or obstacles encountering the comfort zone of the. Okay, so now we're back to Mitch McConnell because he's got the mountain right over his head. So this is super heavy, and then he's got the entire tableau resting on his shoulders. So let me see. This level of danger or impact could be explained by the surrounding cards. And then when there are other cards in the Gang of Misery. Okay, so mice is here. Snake is over here. Fox, mountain is here. Fox. Where is it? Where's 14? No. Okay, the Gang of Misery doesn't apply. The querent might need to deal with the enemy in the true sense of the word. When the surrounding cards lessen the power of this enemy, it can represent someone who is working against the querent or perhaps entering into competition with him or her. Whether the mountain is an important obstacle or a small hindrance will be indicated by the context provided by the rest of the cards. Also check if the mountain is touching the life area. It is always interesting to look at the card just below the mountain, which is Mitch McConnell. You can visualize the pressure of that the mountain puts on this card due to its enormous weight. This card will be affected by the meaning that the mountain takes on in the reading. So if this is pressure, that pressure is coming from a woman, mountain in the house of woman. And then it's got woman right behind him, and she's very persistent. Okay. Let me see here. This card will be affected by the meaning of the mountain takes on this. In this example below, you can see a huge weight on the ring. This could mean that this area is of life is being put under pressure, causing obstacles and hindrances. So it could be a lot of pressure from a woman that is very persistent. I'm wondering if it's also in reference to like women in general. Well, garden is up here, so it's not really talking. Okay. In this example, you can see the huge weight of the ring. This could mean that this area of life is being put under pressure, causing obstacles and hindrances. This relationship might be affected by a minor hindrance or a big obstacle, depending on the surrounding cards and the constellation of the whole cluster. Naturally, this combination will result with even more problematic when it falls on the left of the significator. Well, no, it's landing right on his head. Let me see. See, but it doesn't tell you above or below. It just says that it puts a lot of pressure on the card below, and that card below is him. And he's got the mice near. Which we know means some luck in getting something back that may have been missing, stolen, or lost. My brain is fried. I want to do Jeffrey Clark again. I can't even focus on his because I'm so focused on Mcconnell's. Hold on, you guys. Let me stare at this for a minute. I'll put it up here. Actually, okay. Yep. Okay, so he's over here, mountains over his head. I asked if he's currently under a lot of pressure. This is a yes, and that has to do with pregnancies. Yeah, he's under. I expanded the reading. Yeah, it's because of us betraying to get something that he desired. So it's kind of like dealing with the repercussions. Let me see. Let me ask something. Hold on. So I asked how will he feel after the midterms. He's going to be optimistic going into it, and then there's going to be something that doesn't bring him what he desires, but he only suffers very briefly. So he's going to be optimistic going into it, and then the results are they're gonna sting a little bit. They're gonna sting a little bit. But it's not like it's a devastation or anything like that, you know? May the mountain over McTurtle break his neck. Me too, Fonda. I'll send my thoughts and prayers too, along with the voodoo doll. Let me see. So what should I read on tonight? I've been on for an hour. Hold on. It's minority rule, you know, Lynn. It's just it really is. Okay, should I give this bastard another look? Ugh, my brain is fried. My brain is fried. Fried jigglies. I am not going to read on the SCOTUS GT. No. Nope. No, ma'am. Why? Why am I going to read on the SCOTUS GT? They already told you what they're going after. We know Biden's not going to expand the court. You know, Biden's not going to expand the court. All we can do at this point is play offense until we get a president that has balls to expand the court. Because I asked earlier if he would expand, I got a no. So they're just going to have to win the Senate and just keep playing offense and trying to codify everything. Lynn, I don't care what Whimsy says, and nor do I appreciate other people's reads in my chat. Please, I ask to refrain. Because then I'm just basically, it feels like I'm being asked to verify another reader's read. No, that's not, I don't go there. Forgot what I was saying because I went off on a tangent. I haven't. Oh, I'm putting the one that I did for Jeffrey Clark up, Jenny. That I did earlier before that whole situation went sideways. Heart. Bear. Fish. go mountain. It was mountain. Tower. Tree was right here in the middle. Crossroads. Child. Writer. Writer and ring. Nice. Whip. Stars. House. Dog. Key. Book. Storks. Clouds. And this down here. Garden. Clover. One. Sun was in his own house in this tableau. And we got birds here. And then it was lilies, bouquet, scythe, and ship. That was Jeffrey Clark's grand tableau that we did earlier before I went crazy and we went on a laughing giggle fest and I just lost my absolute mind, or what's left of it. So if I can try to recap very briefly, he is heading to some serious uncertainty. We got on the corners fox, fish, birds, and clouds. So there's some underhanded business going on with meetings that he had that are going to cause him a shitstorm, and he's linked to it. In the center of the tableau, the focus, we have man, crossroads, house, and dog. We discussed, I explained it earlier, that when house sits in the middle of the tableau and it's below the significator, it becomes bad. And it talks about that your biggest problems are going to come from those around you, immediately around you, or your family, simply because what happens in your home happens in private. This is your private life. Well, now it's smack dab in the center of the tableau. Okay. So it's huge problems coming from people that are closest to him, associates, because he's got dogs sitting right here. His current line is the warrant to his home, letter in the house, the search warrant at his home, man in the house of birds, house in the house of garden, and coffin back in his house. So the search warrant in his home, he is exceptionally nervous. We touched briefly on some sort of a health issue, something that is chronic in his health. And then later on, I found out that the first time he was supposed to go talk to the committee, it was delayed because of health situations. Well, it looks like this happens again. And they were saying because Tree sits on whip, which is a repetition, but it's also something chronic. And then it's followed by whip here, something chronic in his health, but it looks to have a legal basis. And then there's the delay here. So there was that when I realized that was his illness was the what got him out of having to speak to the committee the first time around. Now, there's also legal problems and legal litigations that are expanding and in the courts, very broad, that are going to cause him issues, legal fights here. In regards to his health, we did talk about something that causes a lot of nervous anxiety because he's got clouds, nights here to tower. That's serious illness. He's got illness back in his house, very close by, and he's got tree here. So there is something chronic in his health. If it's anything, it could be something that spreads and metastasizes. It could have, with garden here, it could have something to do with the lymph nodes. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not saying he's going to get tickets to the park at all. There may be something routine that requires injections or surgery of some sort. I'm going to leave it at that. So don't speculate he's going to kick the bucket and get tickets to the park, or that he's going to kill himself or anything like that. No, that's not supported in this tableau. He lands right in the center. Now, if he had been closer to the edge at the bottom with coffin, then maybe. No, cross is in house tree, Johnny. So he's got legitimate health concerns. And it appears to be chronic. So, and here around him, he's suffering his health suffers something painful. This is saying that it's something problematic. With the snake, it's intestines and colon. This would be like your back. This is something chronic that can cause you to heat up and get fevers. And this is something that spreads and metastasizes. I'm going to leave it at that. That's it. We discussed earlier how his desire for his ambitions have led him to his desires for his ambitions and to pursue his own career recognition has led him to make some really stupid mistake that he is now also regretting. He's got a cross over his head that could be also a serious regret. Let me see here. So he's going to have prolonged problem investigation. Also, if I'm not interpreting this as a hospital, because this right here would be a hospital, because of his health that is causing delays, I can also read it as something that's happening in the courts. Okay, that's growing problems that are chronic and kind of spreading out. If I read this as the courts, it's suffering, but it's for a long time. If that makes sense. Even though he's got cross right here, which kind of softens that blow a little bit, with it being so close, but it's over his head, not below him. If this had been down here, I would feel a little bit more comfortable saying, yeah, well, he's suffering, but it'll be a little bit short-lived. With tree here, and it's being anchored down by anchor, this is very slow. very slow. So it's kind of like prolonged legal stuff. I can't tell you how long this is going to take, because this is his present line this way. Providing answers to the several documents that were delivered, because it's this before this, two of these, more of these, multiples, mail that was forwarded, multiple mails that were forwarded to gain success. So that's the perhaps the letters of the that he was handing out. And then we talked about the Ku Klux Klan guy. What's his name? Ken Kluklowski or whatever. I'm not sure where he is, because there's crossroads right here. And this is saying that there's multiple men within the administration that he was working with. But this is more like two. So he could, because crossroads is number 22, so double. So there may be two other men that he was working with. This guy right here, this could maybe be Jeffrey Clark. This is House in the House of Garden, and then his aide dog, maybe. Fighting and arguing, just repeating over and over and over and over again, abusing or criticizing, being criticized by coworkers. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, I had to. Do you guys mind if I refill my water? Oh, sorry. I'm just now looking up. So, Bjorn Mures tends to teach more of the Rana George book is good, but she teaches the French method. Bjorn is a stickler for the original instructions. If you want to learn how to read the original instruction, read the Lennies in accordance with the original instructions from 1871, I believe it was. This is the source that you need. Bjorn Mures, this is volume 2. This is part of a 3-volume set. Volume 1 deals more with the cards, even though he doesn't quite, in my opinion, doesn't go quite into depth into each individual card. The second volume deals mostly with techniques in the using the near and far method, which is the traditional way to read the grand tableau with the Lennies, and all the nuances with that methodology. Also, and then volume 3 is just an extension of volume 1s and 2. But this I had to get on Amazon, and it was quite expensive. I think it was like 20 something bucks, and it's a tiny little book. 167 pages, but it's part of a 3-volume set. Also, lilies below his feet. Again, even though it's far, it's still below his feet. Let me go refresh my water, you guys. I will be right back. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry, I made some coffee for myself. Got some cafe. Alrighty. So, what I'm missing in the chat. Okay. So, slow moving but growing legal problems. He will be moving forward to some sort of an agreement or cooperation, if I wrap it around this way, on who gave orders or who executed the strategy. If this is the strategy of the fraud, let's see here. The strategy to delay, steal, and take away from progress in a very problematic partnership, lying about a win, and securing the transition. So kind of gaining power and control. What happened? So let's see. Okay, so this is sitting up here. I can knight it here. And I can knight it here. This is an organizational chart as well, an organizational chart within the government. He sits on the House of Birds, which we talked about that too. Singing like a bird, talking, and also a lot of nervousness, and also suffering from chronic anxiety. Also maybe some sort of compulsive, detail-oriented behavior, nitpicker, so maybe some sort of OCD. It's also can be some sort of, well, I guess OCD does fall under the anxiety cluster, but hey, Marby, thank you. That may be adding to his health issues, but if I'm reading this not as health, besides growth, this is also organizational in government. So, and who made that decision in the organization? Because Tower sits on Scythe, Mountain sits on Bouquet. So someone in the org chart that made the decision to block and delay here. This way it's saying it's widespread. Only seeing a woman up here. There's a woman. This is a younger person. Someone younger, 20 to 30s with the Jack of Clubs and Queen of Clubs. So these could perhaps be two people. I don't know if Sidney Powell, because Snake is another woman. It could also be something that makes the letter S or has the letter S. So the only person I can think of is Sidney Powell. I could be wrong. Take that with a grain of salt. But this person may have been partnering with another person younger in this network of people within the organizational chart and government, or with the law, if that makes sense. Then over here in the org chart, if I'm hitting it this way, there's a man here, King of Clubs. Which could be Donald Trump if I follow this up, because he was delaying because of fraud to steal something and gain it back, because mice sit so close, if I'm making any sense. The closer it sits, what, Cheryl? I'm not understanding what you're saying. Intentions, I think, is what Becca reads, huh? Intentions, what do you mean? I'm so confused. I just looked up at the chat and I'm like completely lost as to what conversation is going on over there. So this could be the Spanky McSpankerton at the rally here. Is with Garden, we're seeing a huge outdoor audience. So if this is Spanky, the Mango Mussolini, the Orange Menace, Commander Diapers. Also, yeah, could be also Lucky Girl. Could be. Now, for the people that were asking where this book, I would not jump into this as a beginner without a good foundational understanding of each individual card, because this is more of the these volumes, in my view, really lack detailed information on each of the cards. It's just a quick 1 or 2 sentence description in the first volume. So, because this is geared more towards the foundational of the traditional methods with the near and far methods, this is not the source to go to get a good foundational understanding of each of the individual cards. For that, I would recommend the Rana George book. So let me see here. So I'm assuming this is Spanky down here. And then the org chart up here. There's a woman up here, quite possibly with an S in her name. So maybe Sidney Powell. He knights up here to her. Does anybody know if he was working with Sidney Powell? I don't even know who Jenna Ellis is. I have no idea. There's a woman here that could be a lawyer, deals with the law, but she was involved in the organizational chart of this entire scheme, this entire strategy. Now, this right here would be like boxes with technology, so perhaps machines. Okay. But it's not hitting her directly. She knights here, widespread lies about fraudulent official machines here. You knight coffin, and it knights up here to crossroads voting machines, if I'm making any sense. No, I'm not going to write my own book. I'm still waiting for Donna Leigh Della Rose to write hers, and I could have sworn she's been trying to publish that thing for years now, and it's so sad because she's phenomenal. Who's Jenna? I'm seeing Feisty Butterfly. Wasn't Jenna on the phone to election officials with her mom? Who's Jenna? Jenna Ellis was the little blonde that came out with Sidney Powell when Giuliani's head was melting. Well, there's a woman here, but that phone call is way over here. So I can't consolidate those two. The only way I can is to go snake to fish to birds to garden. So this, if I read this as a woman, about lying an enormous abundance amount of phone calls that were made to perhaps party officials. This is a large group of people, a congregation, a meeting, an audience, a party. That's the only way I can consolidate those, but it's not sitting close. We've already discussed this, I think. I can't quite. Jenna Lynn Ellis is a lawyer known for her work as a member of Donald Trump's legal team. She's only 37 years old. I don't know, but there's a woman here, legal, that was in the organizational top to bottom chart. Rudy Giuliani, I don't know where the hell that man would be, but for some reason I'm inclined to go towards the fish because the fish has to do with water, and we all know that man drinks like a fish. I saw the interview that they had him on during the hearings, and I was like, oh my God, was he inebriated during those congressional hearings too? The ones that they were doing remotely? Like, wow. Jenna was with Rudy. Okay. These two I can only get to talk like this, but these two can be a pair because they're both clubs. Queen of clubs, king of clubs. So manipulating in something fraudulent, large audience, outdoor event, public, a party, a lot of confusion, doubt, problems, uncertainty, indecisions. This person is also undergoing a lawsuit right here. This person is in legal litigation with snake, tower, and whip. And then there's a big audience. So this could be someone that's currently in litigation with the grand jury that was part of the org somehow, if that's helping in any way. I don't know who that would be. I'm just trying to interpret what I see here. Maybe you guys can pick it up. But this person's currently litigating something. It could be litigation about machines with technology, official, fraudulent. If I follow her this way, widespread chronic corruption and thievery in technology. As a thing, this would be like this, like space and stars, because it's the stars. Moon would be more like your satellite, because if you think about it, the moon is our natural satellite. Stars, space. The Jewish space lasers again. As a thing, this would be like vermin. So I don't know if there was a conspiracy theory. Also, there's this right here, this little double line of 6, because we're seeing social media here. The chronic, widespread social media paranoia with this group of people that are in audience. So Quackanoners. These people have chronic anxiety. They're very, very, very confused and problematic, very cloudy thinking, but they congregate online and social media. So conspiracy theorist, if that makes any sense. But this woman is looking to be a part of that group somehow. And she's in legal litigation. There's also something here. Hold on. If this is a person, she betrays him because she sits over him. If that's making sense. Hey, Peggy. Okay. wait a minute. Cyber. Was Sidney Powell involved with the cyber ninjas? Was Sidney Powell involved with cyber ninjas? Does anybody know? Does anybody know that? Because here is a group of crazy chronic cuckoo people. This way we were seeing the fraudulent official machines with technology. The courts here, either the courts locally in certain states, this way it's saying that they were able to secure something legal and take it, confiscate it, take it away. This way. Okay. Down this line of influence, they took away. This way here with these, well, these right here, the crazy quack jobs, social media, machines with technology, knighting it this way for the election. So now I'm trying to figure out, okay, so if this is Sidney Powell, currently in litigation, cyber ninjas, the lawsuit over the voting machines, that would be Dominion. But she's also involved in lawsuits that revolve around a large group of people, a large group of very violent people that are supremacist here. If I go this way, because this knight's here, so that's how I'm connecting it. Does anybody know if that is... Yes, this is still Jeffrey Clark. Is Sidney Powell connected to a violent supremacist group? Because I'm seeing that down this way and this way. Does anybody know? Peanut Butter Boys, Mike Flynn. This is a large group of people. It's not one individual. It's a large group of people that are supremacist with these two. Lucky Girl says yes. She's been funding the legal fees for the Oath Creepers or the Peanut Butter Boys. Ah! Okay. So how the hell does he connect to Sidney Powell then? Okay, so he's here. So I can connect him this way. Because he's connected to this whole entire scheme somehow through this lady. But that doesn't... Okay, hold on. Hold on. False records and him in the organization in the law securing. So I'm wondering if she was pushing for this too. Because here, if this is this woman, she's paying for their legal fees, Jenny? Okay. Because over here, we're seeing, if this is Sidney Powell, under investigation, prolonged problems, warrants or was her house, did she have a search warrant for her house as well? Because it's falling on her line, letter in the House of House. And then you got Fox right before her in the House of Writer. So covert visitors have secured a warrant for the house Did she get raided too? She was. Okay. So there's punishment and penalty here, but she's very generous with her finances. Look what's right beneath it. Little people that agreed to visit. These little people here, child sits on the House of Fox. So she's linked to the investigation of the Proud Boys somehow, way, shape, or form. But she's also linking here to Clark. And if I read this, it looks like she was, her goal was to get the paperwork, the mail, the results to him, to Clark, because he was going to be in the he was going to have a footing inside the organizational chart at the top, if that makes sense. But that still doesn't, I still can't figure out, because the paperwork that was drafted and written up that Clark was delivering, that paperwork, to my understanding, was written by the Ku Klux Klan guy, not Sidney Powell, unless she was feeding him the results of all this conspiracy bullshit. Because here it's showing that she's whacked in the head and part of a social media that's just quacked out in the head. So unless she was feeding Clark misinformation from conspiracy theories online, and perhaps trying to get him to somehow implement it when he got established in government. Unless I'm missing something. But Ken was the one that wrote the paperwork that Clark was going to deliver. Wait, Ken wrote the paperwork that Clark was going, where was Clark supposed to deliver that letter? The one that Ken Kuklowski was supposedly the one who wrote Jeffrey Clark's memo. Okay, where was Jeffrey Clark supposed to deliver that memo? To the Justice Department? Is that where he was supposed to take it? Because this is knighting here. He was supposed to take it to Georgia? This is saying official letter. In the government, in the courts, official. God, this is a fucking tangled mess. He was supposed to take it to the battleground states. Let me see. Look up that letter. You read it. Did I read it? No, the letter that I read last was from the guy that kept pleading the fifth 100 and something times. The one that got Clark into the DOJ to be the lackey. What was his name? Edwards. Was that his name? John Edwards? Or am I making that shit up? What the hell was his name? Jeff Clark. John Eastman. Sorry. John Eastman. Sorry, I bumped the thing. Okay. Okay. John Eastman. So John Eastman wanted to put Jeffrey Clark in the Justice Department and have Ken Kluklowski draft the letters that Clark was handing out in the Justice Department to overturn the election. But if I follow this, it looks like that letter was just full of conspiracies. And somehow, oh, Scott Perry. Okay. Scott Perry got Eastman in. Okay. Well, Scott Perry's in the House, is he not? Scott Perry's from Pennsylvania. And it's an entire web. It is vast with the stars here. And I'm having one hell of a time trying to figure out. And if you follow this line here, anchor goes very deep. Think about when you're out to sea, you set down your anchor goes down very, 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 very far, so you don't float away. Okay. This goes deep, deeply rooted, widespread for a win. And then when you night stars, it nights over here to crossroads. Crossroads goes in different directions. Okay. So it's like, I'm trying to figure out the point where it connects besides Trump. Because we all know that Trump is at the center of this, but it's like between the fake electors, using sitting members of Congress, delaying the certification. It was like a 7-pronged strategy, was it not? Is that how the committee was able to identify all different routes? Was it 7 different strategies that they had for the coup? There's no way in hell, because it branches out here, it spreads out here, and then when you unite it, it goes in a different direction here. Fucking hell. And then stars nights here to clouds, which I mentioned that in the first reading before I went sideways. This is not good. This is a series of unfortunate, really bad events. It just keeps bad. And then tower nighting down here to clouds. That's serious illness and or death. But when I did the first reading earlier today, I said, I'm not saying he's going to get tickets to the park. I'm just saying there's a serious illness, and then it's confirmed here. And it could also be talking about the deaths that took place in the Capitol as a result of the angry angry large group of people at the Capitol, the deaths that resulted in that. Okay. Let's see. Seven or 10, Peggy, you can't remember. I don't even want to attempt to figure out how fucking wide this thing is. I'm getting intimidated just looking at this line and then going this way. Let me see. For the people that he was working with, whether they were members of Congress, this would tell me that these people are in the House and also people that were friendly to the previous administration. I think we discussed earlier too how he's going to have a lot of problems with those closest to him at work. This is supposed to be domestic, but since he's got dog here, I'm going to say more like the people that he was working with, if that makes sense. A 7-point plan. Okay. Well, then, if we're looking at what I said earlier, the fox, because the fox is so conniving and sneaky, manipulative. Well, it's followed by snake. That's trouble. That's lies. That's betrayal. But snake is card number 7. So here's your strategy. There's your 7. So there's no way I'm going to catch all this shit, you guys. I'm so sorry. Let me see what else. Fuck. If he put in an honest request, because this is up here over his head, and I think I spoke about that in part 1. He may have desired a pardon, perhaps I can't really say negotiated, but desired a pardon, and perhaps was offering some monetary exchange. That offer was declined down here, because this with bouquet, it would be your offer. The offer is cut off. Let me see here. So for the network of people, the entourage, members of Congress that are nutballs and crazies here, these people were considerably stressed. There's chronic anxiety about the planning of this thing. Perhaps also because they were supposed to guide and provide access to the project to overturn here. So you have the chronic thievery, also chronic stress, the guidance from members of Congress that are trusted to give you access. Here's the secret book sits on house mice, the secret to steal something and overturn and change something to the desire. Whoever this woman is implicates him, and it looks like he implicates these people or provides information here. And I'm only saying that because he sits above them here. Am I making sense? Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? Okay. I don't know where Pence would be. I'm not quite sure where Pence would be. I'm fairly confident that this is Spanky over here in the clouds. Okay. There's another person here, King of Clubs. There's a woman here, Queen of Spades. I'm sorry. This is King of Clubs. King of Spades, Queen of Spades. Okay, I don't know who these people are. There's a person here. And also, let me see. We talked about that woman. Fuck me, man. This could be a person up here too, King of Diamonds. That King of Diamonds is sitting on the coffin. This person is perhaps very ill, depressed, could have serious financial losses. You have bear in the house of snakes, so financial trouble and financial loss and business losses here because it sits on coffin. But there were let me see here, not lobbying, but consulting and trying to reach agreements. So consulting agreements to overthrow something, and that's what was being negotiated. Just read simply this way. Consulting agreements that were made in a meeting on how they were going to overturn something. And ring is sitting on stars, so an agreement to guide. This right here might be John Eastman, because if I follow this up, this person was appeared to have been in a function in the organization that was providing direction and guidance, if I'm making sense, on how to navigate the government. Stars in the house of Tower, and the inner workings of the org charts in various areas of the government, if I'm making any sense. So this might be Eastman this way. If Eastman was seeking out some sort of a reward, not met there, and also for this guy Clark, this is satisfaction, this is satisfaction, and then it's followed by the scythe. Not satisfied. Did not make a satisfactory decision. Not able to how can I say this? Not able to nail down and achieve the goal in the desire for the transition to stay, if I'm making, to not transition, if I'm making sense. There's several people here that could be getting double crossed, or will all be double crossing each other, that are carrying that are perhaps facing a few areas where they could be held accountable, or to where they could be suffering the consequences, and their careers and reputations have been just cut off, if that makes any sense, if I'm making any sense. This here, we read it earlier as his wife and kid. Another way to interpret that, a desire for, there could also be something here about the generosity of a woman, a blonde, that had access to the administration. She had access to the administration. She also had knowledge of what they were planning. Blonde hair, famous celebrity. Travels, or was gone, or left, went on vacation, or took off. Let me see here. 2 children for this woman, that I can see. Let me see here. What else? Tall, skinny, lanky, could be a dancer. But she's well recognized and famous, blonde hair. Cosmetic surgery this way with woman knighting here to bouquet, followed by scythe. It's cosmetic surgery. But she's closer. An aide. She's some sort of an aide, or an aide, a worker. She's kind of far from Bear to put her higher up in a executive position, but she sits on House Lilies, which means that she was some sort of an advisor, like a senior advisor of some sort, if that's making any freaking sense at all. I'm not even looking at the chat. Hold on. So how does Ivanka, if this is Ivanka, then how the hell does she tie into this? Because she's already, if you follow her this way, she's already testified. And according to this tableau, she knew about them stealing the election. Book sits on mice. Mice sits on storks. Stork sits on heart, which is right up there, which sits on clouds, her father, at the rally with the win, and then there's the loss. Mark Meadows' aide that has been talking with the feds has kind of blonde hair. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I see here. She's very important. This woman travels or will be traveling. Famous, well recognized, very famous woman. You have Moon in the house of woman, and then it's followed by Moon, and then you have Sun right behind her. If this would have been closer to where, well, Moon Knight's here, but it's not close enough to her. If she would have had all the luminaries close by, that would be like some huge awards, accolades, celebrity and fame. But just with this alone, she's got enough celebrity and fame. I don't, but she's an aide somehow. With this here, with birds being so close, there could be something about what she says. She could talk. She could be famous for talking. Or something about her voice could be very, and it could also be she gets really like super well recognized because of something that took place in a meeting or through a phone conversation. I'm just trying to interpret this the best I can. I'm sorry I can't give you all names. I'm just trying to figure out who the hell this is. Plastic surgery. We talked about that. But this person had knowledge. And if she has not already, she will be interviewing and speaking. If she has not already, because I'm wrapping it around this way. So it goes left to right and then back around this way and then down this way. So this woman talks, interviews, and gives information about the agreement. She had knowledge of the agreement here, the widespread agreement that was kept secret to steal something. And this woman, she sits in the house lilies. So lilies, it's usually associated to elders, but it could also be a person that guides, kind of like a guru, sort of. And this woman can also have a pair to this person simply because they're both spades. So I don't even know who that is. Let me see here. She may have been trying to call, if I go around this way, she may have been trying to call her father during the rally. If I follow it this way, the famous woman in the interview calling her father at the rally, loss. And then here is the angry mob at the tall building, at the official tall building. So that could be Vanky, or there's another woman that may have been on the phone or trying to talk. There's a lot of phone calls going on with this person, a lot of verbal communication. And if I wrap it around this way, if this is Trump, it had to do with the rally, with the angry mob this way. Let me see. Where else can I go? He's going to have Clark up here. Serious regrets for his desire for power with these. Very naive and unwise decisions with moving this forward to try to gain power, trying to get power. There may have been promise of some sort of financial reward or monetary reward as collateral, or not collateral, but what word am I looking for? In exchange for, with a clause, okay? Hey, come into the Justice Department. We only need you to do this. You'll be rewarded with stocks and bonds and this, that, and the other thing. Does that make sense? Because it's showing here that there's promises of transactions down this column here. Promises of transactions of business, prosperity. You're going to get so prosperous when we win, and you're going to be rewarded, and yada, 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 yada. Somebody promised him a bunch of shit to do what he was going to do. Did he get it? No. That offer got canceled this way because the transition suffered. It didn't happen. Let me see. And then the allies that had important knowledge about this. But these people become enemies. These people here become enemies because Dog sits on mountain. And he will betray these people down here. And he will sing. Let's see. What else can I get? Important agreement in regards to the election and the meetings and conversations where they were negotiating their success. This is the meeting. Okay, I can read this as the meeting within, because he sits on House Birds. Birds is down here. Birds does not talk to Dog. Okay. But it says here that there was an important meeting with these people here in the House, members of Congress. the loyalists, the bootlickers. This here would be like a bootlicker. Someone friendly that's kissing your ass. Bootlickers. Wonder how many people were at that meeting, because Birds is card number 12, but it's a 7 of diamonds. I can't look to the right, so I'm wondering if there was like 30-something people altogether in that meeting. That were in that meeting. Has it been disclosed how many people were in the meeting? Because I've heard on the news that Jim Jordan he didn't directly ask if he was going to get a pardon, but he did ask if members in the meeting were going to get pardons. Was it ever disclosed how many members total were in that meeting? All the people that were there? Not people who individually sought pardons, but people that were meeting. Because it's got 31 right before it, which is the sun, and it sits on house moon, which is 32. So I don't know. You don't know, lucky girl? I don't know if that's been disclosed. Because this is the meeting. I can only look here, and I can only look here. This is 31. This is 17. This sits on house 32. So I can't give you a number. Of course they had knowledge that they were committing crimes. Knowledge, and significant knowledge. Important secret. Book sits on house mice. Mice steals. It's a crime. And then if you follow this up, the bootlickers, the career bootlickers that were doing this for their own fame, you follow this up. A few of them, what is this? Paperwork that has guilt on it, but then you get forgiven here. Pardons. And here by a person in a position of power, presidential pardons. A lot of presidential pardons. Like an abundance of presidential pardons for these people here. Dog is number 18. Birds is number 12. The abundance of pardons, fish is number 34, reduces down to 7. So I'm not quite sure where to look. I don't think it's been disclosed either, lucky girl. Because we know that, including Matt Gaetz, there were 7 of them, even though Gaetz didn't come out and specifically ask for one for himself. He went about it a roundabout way. But there were 6: Green, Brooks, Gaetz, just a bunch of people. That's 7. And then you had John Eastman seeking pardons. I'm sure John Eastman sought pardons for himself, for Clark, for the Ku Klux Klan guy. So that's 10. Well, these people didn't get it, lucky girl. They didn't get them. No, Serena. No. That's been sitting at the courts since right before Trump lost the election. So that ruling was coming down the pike, and there's a bunch more that are coming down the pike that are going to put us back into the dark ages, but one has nothing to do with the other. They're just acting very boldly because, they're untouchable. So the 7 members of Congress, and then you got Clark, the Ku Klux Klan guy, Easton. That's 10 that I can just think of, just knowing the little bit that I do. Yeah, those are congressional members. Those are congressional members, lucky girl. Oh, you're welcome, Serena. Yeah, it's I don't think one has anything to do with the other at all. Because we got that leak months like a month ago, but that had been in the courts when Trump was still in office. And the one about them overturning the concealed carry, that was also there when Trump was in office. So it's just making its way through. They're just being bold because nobody's going to touch them. Now, he also environmental lawyer this way, trouble court litigating something outdoors, open area. So this could be considered the environment. But if there is some sort of a board for this guy, as time moves, he may come up under some sort of review. If this is his license or certificates, I'm not saying that they get cut off, but it suffers. And then the down this column, we talked about it earlier today when I was live earlier. These are the alternative results to give them access to success, hitting down this column here. Mail that's being forwarded, multiple letters, alternative letters that are important success. Key goes back to Crossroads. So there was 2 sets of letters or multiple sets of letters. So here you have, and then this way here, this is falsifying, falsifying, because here it's fraudulent, here it's a lie, here it's established, and here is the certificate or letters, and it's official with letter knighting over to tower. It's official this way. Falsifying official records, multiples of them, to have 2 sets, and then forwarding. I can't say that goddamn word. And then taking that mail and delivering it this way as part of the agreement. But homeboy's in deep shit. He in deep doo-doo. He in some deep doo-doo. From this line here, I get that he does move forward and will cooperate for something smaller. Because he's going to have to make a choice for his kids. And also quite possibly his marriage this way, if I follow it that way. Another way to interpret that is he's going to have a choice to make for something smaller, something new, lighter. And then because cross is over him, and cross is over child, and cross is over Crossroads, there may be multiple things that they're going to get him on. Not just one charge. This could be multiple charges. Maybe 2. 2 plus 2 is 4, or crossroads is like 2, 22, or any multiple of 2s. So he could be looking at multiple charges here, multiple areas where he's guilty, and he's going to have to decide, make a choice for a smaller one. Child sits on Fox, a smaller charge, or less, make it smaller. What am I saying? Lessen. And then that's when he makes the agreement. I'll tell you what, though, he's not going to be able to negotiate it all away or get, I don't think I see immunity here in exchange for his testimony. Oh my gosh, I missed, Catherine, thank you so much. Shit, I missed a bunch of super chats. Thank you, Wendy. Oh. Shit, I didn't. Hold on. Lucky girl, I'm sending you an email. I forgot to put us. Oh, Wendy was a troll, but they super chatted $2. Well, that's a nice troll. Anyways, thanks, troll. Don't forget to hit the thumbs down button on your way out. Greatly appreciate it. So let me see. Now, immunity. How would that show up in a grand tableau? What cards do I need to look at? Immunity. Okay, can somebody please explain? I understand immunity, but my brain is really dumb right now. Can somebody please put it in dumb terms to see if I can find it here? Thank you, Feisty. Because here it says that he decides to an agreement for lesser charge. Because there's more than one thing that he's guilty on. There's more than one thing he's guilty on. And not just him, but if I'm going to have to do Eastman next, because like I said, there's more than one man. So perhaps 2 other men that he's working with. That little circle group may have criminal liability to more than one charge. Give me what you know and we have a deal. Okay. So that would be like this: access to knowledge. And then there's the agreement here. So it would be this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to read these lines. He's going to have to make a choice for something smaller because he's looking at more than one area where he's guilty, to move forward with the deal or deliver an agreement. The members of the entourage, or the people that were working with the administration that had knowledge of what they were working on in that project to steal something and overturn. But I don't see him getting that full agreement, because here it says, give us, to paraphrase, give us what you know for a deal. Well, here's the important knowledge. It would be different if it was like this: important knowledge, and then there's the agreement. No, it's this way. If that is making any sense at all. Now, I don't know if this guy's going to be perp walked anytime soon. I can't see it here, but I'm not perfect. I could be looking at, because it's showing that there's something as health that provides some measure of, what the hell? What am I trying to say? Some measure of leniency from the law, but he's key here. He has the answers. He's got multiple answers. He's got a whole bunch of answers. He has answers to all of the roads, the choices that were made, and who made those choices. Rat with benefits, huh? Yeah, it's like he's going to get charged this way or convicted some way, shape, indicted, whatever. Indicted is what I'm trying to say. There's indictments around him, but they're going to present him with a choice. He's going to have a choice. If he makes an agreement. That doesn't make this go away, though. That's still there. That's still there. And it's a long road of suffering. Flip, he's going to rat everybody out. He sits on house birds. He's going to sing. He's going to sing like a canary. He's going to sing on all these mofos. And like I was saying earlier, like this guy looks like casting for Revenge of the Nerds. You think he's going to spend 5+ years in prison? Also, this is isolation right here. So this is not just the courts and the law and tall buildings. This is also isolation. Tree, we talked about this in my earlier today. This is very slow. Trees don't grow overnight. It's anchored up here with anchor. Anchor is also very slow. He's looking at a very long time in isolation. Very long time in isolation. The charges, the indictments are heavy and deeply rooted. Solid. Am I making sense? So this right here for time, anchor usually talks about a lifetime, but it can also be up to 1 year. Underneath that, you have tree. Tree is associated to the month of May because it's card number 5, but also trees take a long time to grow. Put those two together, 5 years. So he could potentially be looking at 5 years in prison. Well, here, if this is a long term, you got to plant the seed and let this baby grow. There's hope for something shorter and lighter with a little bit of luck. Perhaps reduce it to 2. And when I was looking at this earlier, double crossing, double crossing, so flipping on everybody else. But like I said, this is any multiples of 2. So perhaps suffering for 2 years, if that's making any sense at all. And anchor, nights to crossroads. If we're looking at time, about 2 years. So he might be able to lighten it from 5 to 2 or something like that. But it's like he takes the deal for, he doesn't get off the hook. He still serves. He still gets isolated. When that happens, I don't know. That's the consequences he's currently facing. Am I making sense? Yeah, Craig, he should have stuck to environmental law. He should have stuck to environmental law. That he is regretting it bad. I don't care what he's doing, going on Fox News trying to be a celebrity and garner, public sympathy. There ain't a goddamn thing Tucker Carlson's going to do to get you out of this freaking mess that you got yourself in. You can't go plead to that audience and hope that they have any leverage over DOJ. You dug your own grave here, buddy. So, yeah, should have stuck to the oil spills, Jen. So, I hope that, I have this recorded. So I hope that that's provided something, because I don't even remember half the shit I said. I'm just curious how he links to Sidney Powell. This whole portion of it has me so freaking confused, because I'm seeing oh. Oh, I'm not going to that link, lucky girl. I'm just now reading your email. Hold on. You sent the troll to the cornfield. At least I got a $2 tip. No, this is more like Jennifer's asking Becca, could the isolation be him being kicked out of DJT cult? No. This is the law. A big, tall official building where you could be isolated. Now, with these two here together, way earlier I was discussing hospitals and stuff, because there does appear to be that he has some health issues that are chronic that he's suffering from, that may be delaying something in the courts or have caused previous delays for him having to go to court. But when all of that is said and done, he's still carrying this burden on his shoulders, and it looks like there's a possibility here of 2 charges and getting it made smaller, reducing the time from 5 to 2, and then there's the isolation there. And it all has to do with falsifying official records. Here's official records here. Here's the falsification. That's not good. That's no bueno. That's bad. That's like you're guilty there. Okay. And then this way here on this line of influence, having more than one set of these false records. But I'm, like I was saying, I'm seeing Sidney Powell over here. I'm seeing whoever this woman is over here. Could be Ivanka Trump. I just can't wrap my head around how Sidney Powell fits in with Clark. Because now that I've interpreted that this way, I can't unsee it. I mean, there's several ways to interpret, these 3 lines here, this whole chunk, but it's like multi-layered. You know what I mean? It's kind of like flipping pages. It's like reading a story, flipping pages. If that makes any sense at all. Probably not. How the fuck does Sidney Powell link up to this, though? I can't let it go. Hold on. Let me go to the Google machine. Let's see. I have to go to the Google machine, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm on the Google machine. Oh, hold on. Didn't they say in the last hearing that there was talk about making Sidney Powell special counsel? Or am I just making that up inside of my crazy brain? Hold on. Does anybody recall this last hearing, the one that just happened? Wasn't there a discussion of making Sidney Powell special counsel? Okay, you guys are saying yes, but how does that link up to Clark? Hold on. Let me go back here. I'm on the Washington Post, published today at 9:06 p.m. Oath Keepers defense ordered to disclose if Sidney Powell is funding attorneys. A U.S. grand jury heard testimony to stop the steal leader Ali Alexander. Prosecutors said funding by Trump's lawyers group for their attorneys could pose a conflict of interest for their clients. Okay. A federal judge on Friday ordered defense attorneys for alleged members of the Oath Keepers charged with seditious conspiracy to disclose whether their legal fees are being paid by anyone other than their clients after prosecutors warned of potential conflict of interest if former Donald Trump attorney Sidney Powell is helping raise money for some of the legal defense as reported. We talked about this up here. There's money, huge loads of resources. Okay, the decision by U.S. District Judge Amit P. Mehta, I don't know, of Washington came during a week of rapid developments in the Justice Department investigation of the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, which appears to have expanded into broader alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Well, we see that here. If we box in the tower here, followed by the stars here, broad, okay, and then tower falls in the house, stars falls in the house of tower. Okay, so anyways, on Wednesday, federal agents conducted a search at the home of. There you go. On Wednesday, federal agents conducted a search at the home of former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, who played a key role in Trump's efforts to get law enforcement officials to challenge Joe Biden's election victory. That same day, agents delivered subpoenas and took other investigative steps, probing efforts by Trump, Clark, and supporters to undo Biden's victory in half a dozen key states by creating bogus slates of alternate electors in Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, and elsewhere. Okay, I told you guys, this was just published today at 9 o'clock. In latest move on Friday, Ali Alexander, a right-wing activist who helped organize the January 6th Stop the Steal rally that drew Trump supporters to Washington, appeared before a federal grand jury in Washington. He had testified in private in December to a House panel investigating the events of January 6th. And then it has a quote here. I have been asked to appear before the grand jury today to testify about the same subject matter as my prior testimony before the committee. Alexander said in a statement released by his attorney, Paul Kamenar, who accompanied him at both events. Alexander noted he has filed a lawsuit opposing a House subpoena for his, I lost my place. Before the committee, Alexander said in a statement released by his attorney, Paul Kamenar, who accompanied him at both events. Alexander noted he has filed a lawsuit opposing a House subpoena for his and his volunteers' phone records, but out of respect for the grand jury process, declined further comment on his testimony. In a since deleted video on Periscope, weeks before the January 6th rally, Alexander said he and hardline Republican supporters, Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, Mo Brooks of Alabama, Gozar of Arizona, schemed up of putting maximum pressure on Congress while they were voting, that's the quote, to change the minds of those who wouldn't go against certifying Biden's win. At the time of this committee testimony, Alexander said in a statement that he, quote, did not plan or participate in any illegal activity, end quote. It says he said in the statement that he was assured when he received a grand jury subpoena that he was not a target but a fact witness, and was asked to testify because the committee has not given prosecutors transcripts of its interviews. In the Oath Keepers criminal case, the Justice Department asked the court this week to probe possible financial relationships between attorneys for defendants accused of trying to prevent Joe Biden from becoming president and a nonprofit entity run by Powell, who as Trump's representative spread false election claims and filed a series of failed lawsuits to overturn the results. Prosecutors expressed concern that support for Powell's group could give the Oath Keepers attorneys a reason to oppose their client's cooperation that could be damaging to Trump's interest or make plea deals less likely, which could be against the interest of a particular defendant. The government asked to ensure there was no outside interference with the lawyer's independence or with the client-lawyer relationship. Mehta agreed Friday, directing attorneys for the Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes, One-Eyed Stewie, and 8 co-defendants after a hearing to turn over any third-party funding agreements for his private review. Mehta said that he would hold closed-door sessions with them, with their clients, to ensure that the latter understood potential pitfalls if their interests diverged from their attorneys' funders. The judge said he was taking the precaution to ensure that everybody is receiving appropriate advice and appropriate disclosures are being made, and records reflect that potential conflicts arising now or in the future are being waived knowingly and voluntarily. Prosecutors have had cited news reports from Mother Jones and BuzzFeed in the recent months saying that Powell's nonprofit organization, Defending the Republic, that's the name of the organization, has used some of its millions of dollars it has raised through spreading conspiracy theories about the 2020 election to pay legal fees for the Oath Keepers members facing trial. According to reports cited in the filing, 4 defendants, including One-Eyed Stewie, have taken funds from Powell's organization. All 4 are accused of obstructing Congress's counting of the electoral college votes on January 6th. One-Eyed Stewie and 2 others are accused of engaging in seditious conspiracy against the United States. Powell has not responded to requests for comment, but in court Friday, attorneys for Rhodes and several others blasted the government's request, saying that they would, of course, comply with court inquiries, but that prosecutors could have raised concerns sooner and in private rather than in a public filing. And then it says, this is an attempt to embarrass or harass defendants or counsel in public, and I don't like it. That's what One-Eyed Stewie's lawyers said, Philip Linder. And it says there are no strings attached at all to the fee agreement in the Rhodes case. Co-counsel James Lee Bright added, and client confidentiality is stuff we hold dear in our office. Attorney Stanley Woodward. Okay, I still don't understand. I mean, I'm going to put this in the... I still don't understand, without reading this entire article, how the fuck she links in. I don't understand how she links in, and this is a long article. I'm going to post it here for anybody that wants to. I'm going to pin it for anybody that wants to follow that link. And that was just published today. Let me see, publication time from the Washington Post. It's Spencer S. I can't pronounce his last name, Sue. It's HSU. It says June 24th, 2022 at 9:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if anybody understands, so Sidney Powell started an organization peddling conspiracy theories to use that money to pay the legal defense for the Oath Creepers and the Peanut Butter Boys from the one-eyed gopher Stewie Rhodes over there. And she was going to be appointed special counsel. So how the fuck does that link to Clark is what I'm not understanding. Because I can see her all up in here. I just can't figure out how she's linked to him. Especially if she was going to be special counsel. If she's going to be... Wait, would special counsel work with DOJ if they were going to make him acting attorney general? Oh, Harley Grolson said that. Oh, shit. Hold on. That if Clark got AG, he was supposed to name Sidney Powell as a special prosecutor to investigate the election fraud. Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm understanding. Okay. Thank you, Becky. Okay, now thank you for clarifying that, because I was stumbling all over that shit. Like, I could see her here. I just couldn't figure out the link. Like, how the hell did she fit in? And then I remembered special counsel, but then I got stuck on, well, I just started getting stuck on, well, wait, if she's special counsel, then how, you know what I mean? I couldn't figure it out. So there's that. And I told you guys, yeah, when we talked about these 3 rows down this way earlier, and then like the little peanut butter people. I mean, it could be these right here, you know, it's child in the House of Fox, little people that are being investigated. But I'm seeing a organization that has a social media presence that was at the rally that are white supremacists here. This I'm having a little bit more trouble with. I mean, it could be, but unless one of them is the Oath Creeper. Well, unless this one is the Oath Creeper. No, because this would be more like a little child. This one would be more like a child. So wait a minute. Of AG names the special counsel for investigation of election fraud. Thank you, Peggy. Okay, so thank you so much. Because I would have been here for another 20 hours trying to piece that shit together. Y'all saw how long it took me to figure out this portion of the puzzle. Okay. Yeah, these dummies right here. Ooh, they got a long time coming. Got a long time coming. Of peace and relaxation at your local state penitentiary. Sorry, misspoke. They're going on a relaxing trip. I can see it now, kind of like, you know, those old like 80s and 90s game shows, like The Price is Right, and all these clowns, these seditionist clowns went over there like wanting to play this game, and they all spun the wheel, and they're all getting like 20 plus years in prison. Yeah. Remember those? I remember watching the reruns when I was to love their microphones because they were like super skinny micro, and then they had the tiny little bubble on the top. So it looked like a skinny pencil with a big eraser, but you know, it was all black. But I used to love watching those old game show reruns when I was a little kid, even though I didn't speak English at that time, so I had no idea what the hell they were saying, but I just liked all the lights and the spinny sounds when, like, I remember the old The Price is Right, when they had that huge wheel on the wall. Was it? Yeah, it was The Price is Right. And the you know, they would call people from the audience, and they would walk over and spin that huge wheel, and then it would stop at a certain dollar amount, and they had the choice of like staying with that dollar amount or taking a risk and seeing what was like behind each door to see if they could win it. Didn't understand a fucking word of what they were saying, but I loved watching that show. So that's my life story, you guys. My life story. Rosen stopped it all when they said they would all walk in mass. You know what? I'm wondering if this Lily's here because this is King of Spades and this is King of Hearts. And I compare by the pip cards. I compare this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. I compare all these by suit. 7 of Hearts, 6 of Hearts, King of Hearts, 10 of Hearts, Ace of Hearts. So I'm wondering if this is Eastman and this would be like a Rosen, because he was very important. This very wise, senior, older person, white hair. Let me get some water. Someone that is honest, has virtue. It's associated with the elders, harmony. So I'm wondering if this is more like a Rosen and this is more like a what's his face, Eastman, because he's close to this person here. I compare them by suit, and then these right here I compare. They're both, and this one here too. So is that what they were, the skinny mics? Or was that, do you know what game I'm talking about, Becky? You're saying Match Game 74. I just remember them spinning the wheel and it had like huge signs with like dollar amounts, and they were all different colors. If Jeffrey Clark tells the judge, I can do that amount of time, judge, what the judge says, what the judge say, do the best you can, and to prison. And then also, Jeffrey Clark is up here. If this is Rosen, he's up here. And I think I discussed this in part 1 of today's Grand Tableau earlier. Because Lily's, even though it's far away from him, it still falls below his feet. Not acting very honorably. Acting like a boot-licking ass kisser. Got yourself, put a target on your back. Let me see. He was acting AG at DOJ after Barr left. All DOJ AG threatened to all leave if Trump put Clark in as acting AG if Rosen was fired by Trump. Yeah, they said he would be. The leader of a graveyard or something like that, didn't they, Peggy? Do they have a way of telling if he's team normal or team not? Oh shit. Oh man. Well, this is team not normal over here, because look at all this fucking chaos. This person's kind of shit. I mean, this person's well respected here, very argumentative with this guy. So Lily's knight's here to whip, whip knight's here to man. These two had an argument or were competing. There was a competition between these two. If I'm, see, knighting him here, and then this knight's here. There was competition between those two. Disagreements and competitions. You're the next contestant of The Price is Right. Is that what it was, Karen Dean? The Price is Right? I'm telling you, I had no idea what the hell they were saying on that show, but I freaking loved it. I loved that Price is Right show. That's the one where they would bring out like all the products, right? And you had to like guess how much it was worth. That's the one I'm talking about, right? Delilah, I've been on for 3 hours now. I didn't like Family Feud so much because at that time I didn't know English. You know, for those of you that are new, English is not my first language. I didn't understand, and they didn't have spinny stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like I just saw people standing behind podiums, and I thought that was kind of boring. Let me see. I don't remember the host. I don't remember the host so much. I just remember the spinny wheel, and then they would open the curtains and you would see like a yacht or a car or a whole brand new bedroom set or a new stereo surround sound top class like stereo system for your house, you know, stuff like that. Was that it? Let's Make a Deal? Or was it The Price? I could have sworn it was The Price is Right because they had to, I remember the contestants had to guess how much that stuff would retail for, like what the price of it was. Like I remember that because I remember the numbers on the screen. Karen saying, I stayed home from school sick and I always watch The Price is Right. So it reminds me of chicken soup and crackers. So it was The Price is Right, right? Jennifer? Could have sworn it was The Price is Right. I mean, I didn't know what it was called when I was watching it, but I really liked that show. And I remember watching all of the reruns for I Love Lucy. You know, the old black and white ones on Channel 33 in Miami. I used to watch those all the time. Bob Baker was The Price is Right. Let me Google him and I'll tell you right now if that's who. Hold on. Bob Baker, Price is Right. Oh my God, that show was in 1970. Yep, that's it. That's the freaking with the wheel. With the wheel. Yes. And you spun it around and it had the number. Yep. Oh my God, that microphone. It was like a little stick with like a little eraser on the top. Yep, y'all, that was my show that I would watch all the time, even though I had no damn idea what the hell these people were talking about. No idea. I couldn't understand a goddamn word they were saying, but I loved it. And I loved watching them spin that spinny thing too. And I remember wanting to spin the spinny thing. Because I always wondered if it was like really hard to spin it or if it was like really light. You know what I mean? And I liked the little noise that it would make while it was spinning. Like, like, you know what I'm saying? Yep. That was my show. That was my show. Let me see. What else do I remember? I remember I Love Lucy. I used to watch that all the time. And then when you're a Cuban kid and you don't understand English, you know who teaches you English? Que Pasa USA. And that was on channel 39. Okay. That channel is an old 70s comedy sitcom, and it's still one of the longest running shows in Latin America, along with El Chapulín Colorado and El Chavo del Ocho. And it's about new Cuban immigrants that come to live in the United States, and it's the whole family. It's the mom, the dad, their two kids, which is the daughter and son, and then the grandparents. They all live in the same house, and the mom and dad and the two kids speak a lot of Spanglish. And the only people in the house that don't understand English is the grandma and the grandpa. So that's basically, well, along with school, because I went to bilingual school, but that's basically how I learned English, was from watching Que Pasa USA. I remember watching, which one was the one about the guy that was married to the girl that lived inside the genie in the bottle? That was an old rerun I used to watch all the time too. I used to watch that one all the time too, with the man that had the wife, but she was a genie. But Que Pasa USA, The Price is Right, El Chapulín Colorado, and El Chavo del Ocho. I used to watch those. I Dream of Jeannie. There you go. I used to watch that too. Used to love that show. Oh, Carol Burnett. I remember watching Carol Burnett, all the freaking reruns of the Carol Burnett show. I remember that. I used to watch the Brady Bunch too. I don't think I've ever watched Mary Taylor Moore. I don't think so. Never watched Sonny and Cher either. I used to watch Bewitched, Karen Dean. Yep. Bewitched. The reruns of the Addams Family, the black and white ones, they used to show those on I think it was Channel 2, which was our PBS back in Florida. MASH, I hated. I could not, like, I still to this day as a grown-up, there's something about the way that show is produced that I can't stomach it. I can't stomach it at all. I don't know why. I don't know why. I remember the guy that ran around dressed like a transgender just because he was trying to get kicked out. And I only know this because I tried to watch it again as an adult. And it's like, there's something about that show that I can't do it. Little House on the Prairie. I didn't like that show either. Gilligan's Island, though, I really liked. I thought that was funny. The plane. Yeah, I remember that one, but it's like choppy. I didn't watch that one very much, as much as I did the other ones. Let me see, what other shows did I used to watch? Yeah, Golden Girls. That was on Channel 39. Let me see. And I remember every year, Channel 33 and Channel 39, but mostly Channel 33, for Halloween season, they would always play that they would play that show till I had every fucking line memorized in my head, because it was nonstop, around the clock. They would do like a horror-thon where they would play like a select number of movies, but they would be like on repeat. So it would be one movie, and then when that one ended, it went to another movie, and then when that one ended, it would go to another movie. But all those 3 or 4 movies would be on a constant rotation, repeatedly constant rotation. And they always played this one movie from Halloween, where it's the only Halloween movie that I remember that didn't have Michael Myers. The plot was there was something with these masks, and the masks had like this button thing inside, and when people put it on their heads, it made them like kill people or something. They played that all the time. They played Poltergeist, the first Poltergeist, because all the other ones kind of sucked ass. And a lot of, I remember the old black and white reruns of oh God, what was the horror ones? Tales from the Crypt. the old black and white ones, and then they did the newer ones where they had that skeleton shit that freaking jumped out of the, well, it didn't jump out, it just sat up from the coffin, and it was like that thing, the Tales from the Crypt. So the old ones, and then those ones. There was another one that was black and white. The Twilight Zone. That's what I was thinking. I used to watch the Twilight Zone. I used to watch Saturday morning cartoons. The Care Bears were my favorite, but they had a show that freaking beat the Care Bears, and it was Jubilee Jew. And that was not cartoons. It was people that were dressed up. I mean, full on costumes. And they did musicals and dancing. And let me see if I can find it. Jubilee Jew. I used to love that show. That was my jam. Jubilee Jew TV show. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm going to move you guys up here so you can... Okay, there's my... Okay, I'm going to go over here real quick. Look, you guys. That's Jubilee Jew. Can you see that? Here's another one. I used to live for this shit, this show right here, because they all danced around and stuff, and they had the coolest costumes. It was the best thing in the world. This lady was like a chicken. This guy was like a lion. This guy was like a little beaver. I don't know what the hell she was. He was like a bear. Oh, Zubilee Zoo. That's what it was called. Zubilee Zoo. My bad. I must have called him Jubilee Jew when I was little. So here it is, Zubilee. Yeah. I used to live for this shit when I was little. You guys, it was the best show ever when I was a little kid. Yep. That was my jam. That was my favorite show. And I would get so sad when it would be over. And then the Snorkels was another one of my favorite cartoons when I was little. You guys remember the Snorkels? It was like, they kind of looked like these weird looking Smurfs, but they had like these things on their heads because they lived underwater. I don't know if you guys remember that or if I'm crazy. You never heard of Zubilee Zoo? Oh, I used to love that show. That was my hands down favorite show. And like, you know, like it was several seasons, so like sometimes they would always replay certain episodes over and over again, and I would memorize the little dances and stuff. Yep. Still love that show. Favorite cartoon, Avatar and The Last Airbender. Aw. The Muppets I like too. The Muppets, even though like now looking back, I'm like, that's kind of adult humor. But it totally went over my head when I was a little kid. Gidget. I don't remember Gidget, Peggy. I don't remember Gidget. Oh, wait. Was Gidget the one about the little girl that lived in the house, but she was a robot? But it wasn't cartoons. It was a real person. And she had on like a little red dress and a white undershirt that went under her dress. No. Okay. So I'm thinking of something else. That was an 80s show then. Never really got into Hawaii. Rocky and Bullwinkle, never got really into that either. I had the biggest insane crush on Tony What's-His-Face back in the day from when Alyssa Milano was young and she was on that one TV show where her dad was the maid and he lived in that house with the blonde-haired lady who was a stuck-up, snooty lawyer. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It was Alyssa Milano when she was younger, back when she had braces. Tony Danza. What was the name of that show, Lucky Girl? What was the name of that show where he was the maid? And the monkeys. I loved that show. Hey, 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 we're the monkeys. Yes, who's the boss? I had the biggest crush on Tony Danza when I was a little kid. I thought he was the most beautiful man in the world. Mind you, I was like 6 or 7 years old. Look at that. I almost grew up to be a hussy. I loved the monkeys, man. That was on channel 39 back when I grew up. The monkeys, I loved it. Loved it, loved it, loved it. I loved all their songs, all of them. I don't remember Beretta. I remember the Beretta. You had a crush on MacGyver? I don't remember MacGyver either. Let me see. What other shows? What other shows did I watch? I don't remember. My brain is absolutely fried. Hoochie Mama. Never watched Hitchcock. Mm-mm. We were too poor to have Disney. I never went to Disney World as a child because we were too damn poor. I grew up in the freaking government housing projects in Miami, dude. It was like horrible. Horrible. Let's see. I don't remember Three's Company. I don't remember Three's Company. Don't remember The Patridge Family. I don't think I watched that when I was little. Miami Vice, I do remember. With their neon shirts with the collars flipped up and their white jeans. Mm-hmm. What was his name? The main guy. Except all the stuff that they talked about in Miami Vice, like Don Johnson, there you go. I was living that horrible nightmare growing up in Miami in the 80s during the middle of a huge fucking drug war in that state. That state was I'm surprised I didn't get killed. Seriously, growing up in Miami in the 80s, it was so bad. The drug wars was insanity in Miami, Florida. And that's when Little Bush, I think Little Bush was the president when he started the drug wars because Miami was just flooded with fucking cocaine. I remember the Munsters. Let me see. I didn't like Cheers. I never liked Cheers. Maybe it's because I was so little, Joanne, that it went over my head. Yeah, there's a Netflix show that my husband watched a while ago. It's called Cocaine Cowboys. And he's like, "Oh, you got to watch this." And I started watching. And I was like, "Dude, you're making me relive my childhood." I mean, that documentary is so good. It's very bloody, very graphic because it's about the huge drug war that was taking place all over South Florida during the 80s. It was terrorizing growing up in that era. Like they couldn't keep up with the influx of cocaine into Miami, and then all the drug lords and gangs turf warring, and it was yeah, cocaine built Miami. All those skyscrapers and everything you see on South Beach and all that stuff, that was made on cocaine. All of it was. I remember living in Miami when it was nothing but flat shit. It was nothing but flat shit. And then all of a sudden there's skyscrapers all over the place. That was all cocaine. I don't remember, never really watched the Cosby Show. I remember Laverne and Shirley. I do remember that. That's the one where they're doing the Carol Burnett was in that show, right? And they had the convention belt with the bottles, and she would take like her glove and blow it up and put it on the bottle. I remember 21 Jump Street with Johnny Depp. That was Johnny Depp. Remember that? Never really got into Happy Days that much. I would watch it here and there if there was like nothing else on, but I don't remember it all that much. Delilah says, some of us are in our 70s, Becca. I'm a lot younger than you guys. I remember the Fonz from Happy Days, but I don't really remember. Like, it just seemed like after I watched Grease, it just seemed like a knockoff of Grease for some reason. I don't know why. It always, my head always thought that. Maybe it's because of the Fonz, but I'll tell you what, though, the Monkees was my jam. That show I could watch all day, every day too, along with the Zoobly Zoo or whatever the hell it was called. I remember the Golden Girls. I remember Mork and Mindy, the Nanu Nanu, but I never really got into that either because I couldn't understand why he lived in an egg or why he was inside of that egg. And he had the shirt with the rainbow stripes and the suspenders. Saturday Night Live started in 72. I remember Punky Brewster. And they even made Punky Brewster dolls. And I wanted one so bad for Christmas, but we were so poor I never got one. But I remember Punky Brewster. But there was that one show that I remember that was a skit show. So it was like played by humans, about this family that had this girl that was a robot, and she wore like a little red dress, but the dress had like little suspenders and her undershirt was white, and I can't remember the name of that show, but she was like a robot. I don't remember. I wouldn't even know what to Google. Nancy, be like 80s show with a robot girl in a red dress. Like I can't remember the name, but I remember the show. The Monkees is from your mom's era. That, Serena, that show was the shit. And even though like the Monkees wasn't a real band and they're like, like a Beatles knockoff, I still freaking love the goddamn Monkees. Like, like I still listen to their music. I do. I go on YouTube. Let me see. That one song. Then I saw her face. Dun, 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 dun. Now I'm a believer. Got a trace. Dun, 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 dun. No doubt in my mind. I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer. Small Wonder, Marie. Small Wonder. That was the robot girl. Thank you. I know I wasn't going crazy. With the little red dress. Little blonde girl, red dress. I know I wasn't nuts. Let me see. I have to Google more Monkey songs because now I got that one stuck in my. Hold on. Shit. Let me see. We go over here to all. Okay, so I'm a believer. Daydream believer. No, over here. What was that one? Can I? Homecoming queen. I can't remember all the words. Was it cheer up, sleepy Jean or something like that? That was the best show in the world. Let me see if I can find which one was my favorite character. Let me see. Let me go to the images. I don't remember their names. I just remember. God, that was like the best show in the world. Is it Peter Tork? Let me see. Maybe I should go to the Wikipedia. Davy Jones, Michael Nesmith, Peter Tork, and Mickey Dolenz. Holy shit, they formed in 1966. It says the Monkees were a rock and pop band formed in Los Angeles in 1966, whose lineup consisted of the American actor-musician Mickey Dolenz, Michael Nesmith, Peter Tork, alongside English actor-singer Davy Jones. Davy Jones was like my favorite one out of all of them. If I sing along, oh girl, they won't demonetize me. I sound like a demon possessed fucking chicken getting feathered to death before I got slaughtered. That's what I sound like when I try to sing. Davy died at 50 in Florida? What? When did that happen? Yeah, I know that they were a manufactured band. That's why I was saying, Aspie, that it's funny that they were like a knockoff of the Beatles. But dude, the Monkees was still the shit. The Monkees was still the shit. And of course, you know, I mean, I like the Beatles, but I guess it's kind of, I didn't live in that era during the whole Beatlemania, you know, so I never got to experience all of that myself. But it's like, maybe because I'm a bastardized person, but me personally, I prefer the music of the Monkees over the Beatles. The only one still alive is Mickey? No. Heart attack. Oh. Dude, Peggy, that was like my favorite show, dude. It's my favorite show. And their music is awesome. Oh. Damn. They were leaps and bounds over Milli Vanilli, those lip syncing motherfuckers. I remember that. And then when the whole, like, that was during the 80s, right? Was it 80s or 90s? No, I think it was 80s with the whole Milli Vanilli craze, and, you know, with their long braids and their green eyes, and, you know, and then the whole scandal broke out that they were all like lip syncing and shit. And yep. But being a Cuban growing up in Miami, Florida, you could not, it was blasphemous to not worship the Cuban queen in Miami, Gloria Estefan. Okay. Like that was like, if you did not listen to Gloria Estefan, you were like disowned. Like you might as well go pack your shit and go live under the bridge under 32nd Street. Like that was just blasphemy. So I never really got into like that much pop music in my younger years because, I had to listen to Gloria Estefan. That was like, Miami Sound Machine. Do you guys remember Miami Sound Machine? Mm-hmm. And then when Gloria Estefan had that huge accident and she was paralyzed for a while, people in Miami lost their shit. They lost their shit. People were mourning like the Pope died. You know, it was insane. It was insane. Yeah, she was idolized all over Miami, because representing the Cuban community. So, yep. Mike Nesmith died last December of 2021. That sucks, Debbie. Oh, that was Selena. She was the Mexican singer girl. Was it her maid or her manager or something like that stabbed her to death, you guys? I don't remember, but that was in the 90s, I think. Selena. Yeah, she broke her back and came back from it. So people, where else were they all upset about that? Where else, Becky? The manager shot her. I thought it was stabbed, but okay, the manager shot her. Yeah. I never really followed that story that much. I just remember seeing it all over the news, but I had never really listened to her music or anything. I just kind of knew who she was. Damn. But why did she kill her though? Did they ever say? Soul Train with Don Cornelius? I don't remember watching that. Selena slept with her man, money, like did why did they kill her? Embezzlement? Because her manager was stealing her money, so she was embezzling from her, so then she decided let's commit another crime on top of it and kill her. Damn, dude. And she was young too, wasn't she? Wasn't Selena young, like in her 20s or something? Wasn't she like she was 23? Fuck, dude. Damn. Holy fuck. I mean, I know this sounds horrible, but there's a thing among, I mean, at least there was during the grunge era, even though I know Selena is not really grunge, but the 27 Club. God. So Selena cornered her and then she got shot. Fuck. Do I remember bread, Peggy? Bread? Like, do I have bread in my fridge? I have bread in my fridge. She would have been 51 by now. Oh, so she's older than me. No, she didn't make it to 27. Oh, the band Bread. Oh, no. Never even heard of a band named Bread. Like, why would you name your band? Well, there was a time when they kept naming their, like, Smashing Pumpkins, the Cranberries, you know. But I've never heard of a band named Bread. Selena was there to collect the paperwork. Damn. I remember America's Top 40 with Casey Kasem, Craig. I remember that. I remember that. I remember the Who before Michael what's his face went off on his own. You guys, I we went to visit my father-in-law, I think it was last weekend. And we stopped at the grocery store because we were going to get stuff for lunch. And I walked in the store and they were playing the freaking Don Henley's Boys of Summer. And I almost lost my shit because every time I hear that goddamn song, it reminds me of that trilogy, the Ravenhood trilogy. So I'm like walking around the store singing like a freaking crazy person, completely out of tune. And Peanut's like, what the hell's wrong with you? I'm like, it's the Ravenhood trilogy. Like, losing my mind. He's like, calm yourself down. It's like, I can't. Oh, man. Never heard of Bread. I'm going to have to look it up. I don't remember Creedence Clearwater Revival. I don't remember that. Baby, I'ma Want You. That was Bread. Never heard of that either. The Onion Gap. Gary Puckett. And look up Cream. Okay. So you guys keep saying Bread, and I'm gonna want some pumpernickel or something. Bad Moon Rising. Why is that ringing a bell? Why is that ringing a bell? I got IOD'd on the Grateful Dead. Like I can't. So we used to have this thing like where my girlfriend and I, this was in my high school years, there wasn't much to do in our area, but there was a planetarium that on the weekends would host a laser light show. And every weekend, it was Fridays and Saturdays from 6 to I think 7:30, 8 o'clock. So we would, go to the grocery store where I worked at and pack snacks and stuff and take our blankets, and we would go to the planetarium to watch the laser light show. And they always did it with music. And it was always the Grateful Dead and Pink Floyd's The Wall. If I ever hear that music again, it's like nails on a chalkboard to me now at my age, because that's the only thing we had to do on the weekends at night, because we were too young to go to clubs or anything. So we just went to the planetarium every weekend to go watch the laser light show. And it was always Pink Floyd, The Wall, that whole entire album. And then, and the Grateful Dead every freaking weekend. It's like, you would think they would change it up. No, it's like, those are the only two albums they had, Mm-mm. Gold albums in a display case before we were married. He looked like a rocker. Oh, yep. Another break in the wall. We don't need no education. It's like that song gets into my head and it just like worms its way in there and I can't get it out. The Wall makes you remember the roller rink. See, at the Hot Wheels skating roller rink in Miami, Florida, they never played that. They always played like the top 20 pop music of that time. Like, so you know what? Max Headroom. You guys remember Max Headroom on MTV? That guy used to freak me out. But let me see. Like, I've been watching the Stranger Things, which I fucking love that show because it is such a fantastic show that totally captures the 80s perfectly. And just the music and everything, I was like, oh my God, this is the music I grew up to. I used to go to the skating rink and, thought I was a badass on my skates, thinking, because I could skate backwards without falling and busting my head open. I was like the coolest chick in the town, But yeah, I remember the roller skating rink. Ours was called Hot Wheels. Max Headroom. Yeah, he was like this weird, like computerized, funky thing on MTV back when MTV used to actually play music videos. He used to freak me the fuck out. You know, he used to scare me a lot too when I was a little kid. Annie Lennox, because I saw the video of God, what was the name of it? What was the name of that song? Okay, hold on. I gotta Google it because now I have the wall stuck in my head. God damn it. Why did I do that to myself? Let me see. Annie Lennox song. Ugh. And I remember the music video, and she was like in a suit, but she had super, 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 super short cropped red hair. And she was walking around in a field, and there was nothing but cows. And then that weird looking guy with the sunglasses. Here Comes the Rain Again. It was the music video to that song, and she freaked me out. Like, I don't know what it was. No, it was the Here Comes the Rain Again. And Sweet Dreams too. I saw that music video, but God, she scared me. Video killed the radio star. Didn't know that was the first song to be on MTV ever. Wow. But yeah, Annie Lennox scared me when I was a kid. The Arithmetics. There you go. That's the name of it. She's got a, I mean, she's got a very unique voice. It's so deep, you know. Mel McDaniels. You're a 90s kid? You were born in 1994? Oh, God. I'm so much older than you. I was, I'm a 78 baby. I was 6 years old. I mean, during the time frame that the show portrays, I was about 6, 7 years old. So, I mean, it's like, it is so incredibly remade. The clothing, the music, the haircuts, the homes, the interior of, I mean, the people that have designed that set and everything, I mean, it's incredible. It's like going back in time. It's such an incredible show. You were in graduate school when I was born? I'm your kid's age, Peggy? Yeah, I was born in 78. Never heard of the Flying Burrito Brothers. hmm I think we've abandoned the grand tableau and now we're just sitting here like screwing off. So your kids are 74, 76, and 79? Yeah, Peanut's 75 and I'm 78. So see, we're filling in your numbers there. 74, 75, 76, 78, and 79. You can adopt me and Peanut too, Peggy. We'll fill in the gaps right there. I'm officially claiming you as my mom. I'm 2 years younger than you, Riding Moon. I never watched the Dr. Demento show. I don't even know what that is. You know who else used to freak me the fuck out? That goddamn pervert Pee Wee Herman. Like that weird fucking goofy ass, like, what the fuck? That was not cool for little kids. Like, no, no. And you know what else used to freak me the fuck out? That goofy ass, terrorizing looking goddamn puppet on the Mr. Rogers show. You know which one I'm talking about? The one that lived by the little fucked up nose, and I could never figure out if it was a female or a male because it had short hair, but then it had that crazy long nose and the red cheeks, and it had like the red sweater. The puppet. You guys know what I'm talking about? That shit was not cool. I would not watch Mr. Rogers just because of that damn puppet. I wouldn't. I was so scared of that thing. I'm not even kidding to you. Yeah, he got arrested for whacking it in a movie theater. But the Pee Wee Herman show was just fucking weird. But that puppet thing on Mr. Rogers, nope, nope. Who's Lady Lorraine Fairchild? Is that the name of that puppet? On the do you know what puppet I'm talking about, Betty? On the Mr. Rogers show? Was it a king? Was it a king? It had the hold on. What's her name? Her name is Elvira? Johnny, what's her name? Johnny, do you know what puppet I'm talking about? With the red sweater and the long fucked up nose and her cheeks were red and it had the weird voice and she lived by the little train. Fairchild? Hold on. What do I Google, Johnny? Puppet Fairchild? Puppet Fairchild. Elaine Fairchild. Let me see. Ah! Yes! No! Fuck no! No! No. That's some shit you would put in a fucking horror movie, dude. That's not even cool. No. Mm-mm. You want to kill me in my sleep? Wake me up with that thing right in front of my face. Hell no. No. I'm gonna come out swinging. I'm telling you. No. Mm-mm. No. Not only did she look fucking creepy, dude, the voice. The voice. No. 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 Mm-mm. Nope. Let me see. I got an email. No, Craig. That puppet ain't right. I'll take Chucky over that damn puppet all day, every day. No. That thing was damn creepy. Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna go take this downstairs and I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back. Is Johnny still in the chat? I was going to ask Johnny if he's watched the new season of The Boys yet. Because Peanut had watched that show. Okay, Johnny, what did you think about the scene at the house party? You know what scene I'm talking about at the house party and what happens. Oh, you have not. Oh, okay. Okay. I can't wait till you watch it. And then I'm going to be like, Johnny, tell me what you thought about the house party. Oh, that show is so wrong. It's so wrong, but it's so good. You'll be 66 next week. Any Grinch movies? I tried to watch this last Christmas, the Gremlins, because it was like, they were advertising it as like a Christmas movie, and I haven't seen that movie since I was a little kid, and I honestly didn't remember anything about it. And I got to the part where the little fuzzy thing multiplied and it turned into the gremlin, and then it like attacked the mom while she was trying to make the Christmas tree, and it was like on her back and trying to like smashing her like this into the floor and pulling her hair. And then the other gremlin has like a mohawk and he's sitting on the window smoking a cigarette. And oh my God, I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, what the fuck? And I turned it off. I was like, how the hell is this a Christmas movie? I don't remember anything about that movie. I just got to that part of the movie and I was like, yeah, no, switching the channel. Die Hard is a Christmas movie? Yeah, I don't think so. I just watched the old Top Gun movie because I know the new one came out. Nancy, she says she watched The Boys today. And you were like, holy Christ. After watching the newest episode, I love Soldier Boy, but Soldier Boy. Which one was Soldier Boy? I got a thing for the Butcher. Ooh, the Butcher. I'm trying to remember the Soldier Boy on The Boys. McHale Navy? No, I don't remember watching that, Renee. Gizmo was the one with the mohawk? Yeah, he was like sitting on the window smoking a cigarette while the other thing is like choking the shit out of the mom, kicking her ass. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? I was like, what the fuck? You like your superheroes less rapey? The Brat Pack, I don't remember that one. So we were watching the old Top Gun movie, and I was making fun of it because logistically everything is spaced out in that movie makes no sense at all. So the house where the instructor lived in the original Top Gun movie, that's like down the street from us. And that house, when we first moved out here to North County, that house it's a historical home. It was one of the first homes built in that city, and it was on a huge plot of land, but it was completely and utterly dilapidated and in ruins. Like it was all fenced in with chain link fencing. Like it looked like it was about to fall apart. And I remember getting so sad when we would go, like, just go walk down PCH and everything. And I was like, God damn it, the city needs to take care of this. It's a historical building. It's the original Top Gun house, even though, that house was there way before they filmed Top Gun. And, they have completely restored that entire area. And the Top Gun house is now a museum. But it's weird because that huge lot where it was on, it's all surrounded by like not exactly high rises, but they're pretty ginormous hotels with fancy restaurants and shit. So it looks so completely out of place. But they've completely restored it. It looks so pretty. But I was making fun of that movie because it's like, you mean to tell me that homeboy was driving up to Oceanside, California, to then go to Miramar, to then turn around and go to North Island? Like, that's like a 2-hour commute in traffic. You know what I mean? Like, but it was fun watching it. And then to think that, they were flying tomcats, those clunky birds in that movie. It was just nostalgic because I remember watching that when I was a kid and thinking it was like the coolest thing in the world. And then having worked on aircraft for as long as I did in the Navy, I was like, tomcats they were decommissioned before I went in, but I had seen one in the hangar of, I think it was the Shitty Kitty that I was on, and they had one in the hangar, and it was only there for a prop. But holy shit, that bird was massive and so goddamn clunky. And I was like, I can't believe this was like the bird of the time during that era, So it was pretty funny. So I think I'm going to watch the new Top Gun movie to see what they're flying. I would think that they're flying ENFs, Super Hornets, because, Tomcats have been decommissioned a long time ago, and they were on the Enterprise on the original Top Gun movie. So I'm wondering what if there's a carrier scene and what carrier is going to be on there. So Gomer Pyle was Full Metal Jacket, wasn't it? Fonda? I can't watch I can't stomach Full Metal Jacket. I remember Risky Business. I remember Breakfast Club. You worked on F-16s? Yeah, I was on Hornets in the Navy. Craig, I was on Hornets in the Navy for 8 whole years of my life. Yep. Your dad, the Enterprise was your dad's? It's like all ships are the same. Once you've been on one, you've been on them all. Well, carriers. I've never stepped foot on a small one because I was attached to an air wing. So, you see, I'm missing the chat here. The Tailhook Convention. Your nephew was on the Lake Gulf. I seem like a Navy person. Well, thanks, Craig. Your dad put a U-boat on top of a dinghy. See, I don't know anything about them small boys because all I ever was on was carriers. I did do a tour of down in Point Loma. They were decommissioning the La Jolla, which is a submarine. And my job sent me out there. It was like the first week I had been working there, and they sent me out there, because that's part of what I do now. I support the Navy. And so I went inside the submarine. I was like, holy shit, I would lose my goddamn mind on one of these. Like, I thought I was losing my mind on board a carrier for long periods of time. I couldn't imagine being stuck on a freaking submarine. He was stationed in San Diego. We're at, Carmen. We're at in San Diego. Yeah, submarines are, I took a picture of the head, and there was a big sign in the front of the door that said, "Shh, the enemy is always listening." And it was taped to the door of the head meaning, the shitter. No, Gomer Pyle, Lucky Girl, was on Full Metal Jacket. Port Hueneme, that's north of us. That's over in, I believe Port Hueneme falls under Ventura County. It's beautiful out there. Some of my my best friend was stationed out there in Port Hueneme. Very pretty. Ventura, yeah, Ventura County. It's really pretty out there. Thousand Oaks, Ventura, Port Hueneme, Point Mugu, the Channel Islands. It's really pretty. It's not far from Santa Monica, but that's where all the rich people are, is in Santa Monica. Gomer Pyle was a comedy show on TV in the early 60s. Becky, I thought Gomer Pyle was, oh, that's how the drill sergeant referred to the one guy in Full Metal Jacket. You know which guy I'm talking about? The one that he was always picking on, and then he shot the drill instructor and then blew his own brains out. Yeah, I can't watch Full Metal Jacket, dude. Lost him in the last year to depression. Oh, that sucks, Carmen. I'm so sorry. Santa Monica is beautiful, Tres Leche. It is beautiful out there. And all of, the further you go up north, also like Slow, San Luis Obispo and all that, it's gorgeous up there. The Central Coast. I know Santa Monica is not quite considered the Central Coast, but it's very pretty. Ventura near the beach. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I'm not into gut stuff. Or like, I remember I was working at AMC movie theater way back when Saving Private Ryan came out, and we used to get like free popcorn, and we can watch free movies whenever we wanted, come in and watch movies and stuff. And I remember it was Saving Private Ryan, the Titanic I watched, I swear to God, the one with Leonardo DiCaprio and what's the girl's name? I forget her name. I watched that one like 4 or 5 times, and I took my little sister and then I took my mom to go watch it at the movie theater because I used to work there. But I remember trying to watch Saving Private Ryan, and the D-Day scene when they're landing on the beach, and oh God, no, hell, I walked out of there so fast. I was like, it's just too real. It's too real. Like stuff like that, I can't. Like I was lucky, when after 9/11 and I got deployed, I was lucky I was on board a ship and I didn't get to see any of that shit. Like I couldn't imagine. Santa Monica and Malibu. Mm-mm. Gomer Pyle was a spinoff from the Annie Griffith Show. Okay, now I get it. See, and that's the thing, Paula. When I was a little kid, I didn't mind watching like slasher movies. Like when I was little, like 7, 8 years old, like I thought Freddy Krueger was the shit. Poltergeist was like the coolest thing I had ever seen. The not the Twilight series, but the Tales of the Crypt. I used to watch those all the time. The Exorcist and all that stuff. Now you try to get me to watch that stuff now as an adult, I can't. It grosses me out, even if it's like super exaggerated. Like I know I've said this a million times, but I have this weird morbid curiosity with American Horror Show. Like I'm curious about how effed up it's going to be, and then I start watching it and I have to stop and I'm like, why am I watching this? Because I've only been able to sit and watch like the first 4 seasons, and then after that it just got way, like, for my taste, just graphically violent. But it's not like just regular violence. It's almost, some of the scenes with the violence, it's so exaggerated that it's almost like satire, but it's still enough to like make me bleh, so I won't. You know what I mean? So Asylum was fucking freaky, Betty. It's like they took every possible trope of a horror movie, threw it in a blender, and came out with The Asylum. Like that one I still don't understand. The one with the witches, that was my favorite. The Coven was hands down my favorite. Murder House was good. Hotel was good. I couldn't finish the one with the circus, the freak show, because of that clown that was missing. No, I couldn't do it. And yeah, I just couldn't do it. But the Coven one, I think that was season 3. That was my favorite. And it had what's her name? The girl that I have a huge crush on. Let me see. I forget her name. Hold on. Oh, sorry, I got an email. Oh, come on. Hold on. Angela Bassett. I have the biggest crush on Angela Bassett. Dear God, she's beautiful. Kathy Bates is a bomb ass actress. And ever since Jessica Lange left the show and they brought in Lady Gaga, I'm like, fuck this. I can't. Like, because they brought in Lady Gaga for Hotel and then they brought her in for Roanoke. And I was just like, no. I mean, Lady Gaga can sing, but it's like, you can't go from Jessica Lange to Lady Gaga. You know what I mean? Like, Jessica Lange was just such, oh my God, she's such an amazing actress. Kathy Bates, dude, I wish she would adopt me. I adore her. I just want to give her a big ass hug. Stevie Nicks. Yes, Stevie Nicks was on the Coven. Made that appearance on the Coven. She sure did. And people done lost their minds when she showed up. But Angela Bassett, oof. She's beautiful. Kathy Bates is from Memphis. I didn't know that. Stevie Nicks is singing. She's got such a unique voice. Like, such a unique voice. Because she was on Jefferson Airplane, right? Peggy, was she on Jefferson Airplane and then Stevie Nicks? Is that correct, or am I getting that confused? Yeah, she's got a very husky. It's husky, but not like husky. Fleetwood Mac. Okay, so I got it confused. It was Fleetwood Mac, and then she separated from that and just went off on her own. Is that correct? So then which one was Jefferson Airplane? Oh, Grace Slick. Okay, got it. Thank you, Sharon. So it was Fleetwood Mac and then Stevie Nicks went solo. I can't believe that woman still, I mean, goddamn. When I saw her on the Coven, I was like, shut the front door right now. They done brought Stevie Nicks. Oh, I remember Heart. That was like 80s, right, Peggy? Yeah, 80s. Okay. I remember Heart. I remember those 80s like big hair bands too. That's right. And then Jefferson Airplane turned into Jefferson Starship. I remember that. Let me see. Hold on. Jefferson Airplane is coming to the Sequan Casino to sing. Let me see. You know who else? I know it was way before my time, but I used to have her CDs back when, CDs were cool. Was what's her name? Oh God, my brain is melting. Yes, Jefferson Airplane, the White Rabbit. Okay, now I know. Now I know what you're talking about. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Mm-hmm. Let me see. God, what was the name of that band? Oh, my brain just went blank right when it was like at the tip of my tongue. I remember Whitesnake, the big hair bands and the tight leather pants and let me see. I forgot what I was going to say. Forgot what I was going to say. A lot of my brain because I'm tired. I burnt all my brain juices on this right here. Oops. Shit, you guys, I've been on for almost 4.5 hours. Damn. I should get off. I should get off. Let's see. What was that? No, what was her name? I think she had a band in the 70s. She had that really particular raspy voice. Janis Joplin. Janis Joplin. I remember I used to rock out to her CDs in like high school, even though she was way before my time. But I loved her music too. Yep. I had a thing for Janis Joplin. She was crazy. She was part of the 27 Club too, wasn't she? The Pretenders. I think I've heard them. I think. Yeah, she was part of the 27 Club. That's so sad. I remember some of my favorite pop music in the 80s was Cyndi Lauper. And one of my favorite 80s music was the Goonies. So when I used to watch the Goonies and Cyndi Lauper was part of the soundtrack, oh my God, I lost my shit. But the Goonies is hands down one of my favorite childhood movies ever. Ever, 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 ever. It's like I want to go be a Goonie. I do. I really do. Tears for Fear. Yep, everybody wants to rule the world. The Goonies, Carmen. It's our time. It's our time down here. What was that guy's name? One-eyed. What was the name of the pirate that they found? One-eyed, not One-eyed Stewie Rhodes. Jesus. I'm stuck on One-eyed Stewie Rhodes. Carmen, do you remember the name of the pirate that they found, but he had one-eyed? Hi, Jeffrey. The hell was the name of that pirate in the freaking Goonies? My brain is like just fried. You're So Vain by Carly Simon. I remember that one. Yeah, the 27 Club is tricky. Kurt Cobain was in the 27 Club during the grunge movement in the 90s. And I'm sure that there's a hell of a lot more than just, the ones I know off the top of my brain that has melted. So, all right, you all. Well, it's been super fun chatting. But I got to get my ass off the internet. One-eyed Willie. One-eyed Willie. Thank you. I knew it wasn't One-eyed Stewie. like I'm stuck on that fucking one-eyed Stewie digging holes and popping up like a gopher. I mean, after he shot his own eye out, I can't. One-eyed Willie. Yes, that The Goonies is the best movie ever from my childhood. All right, you guys. Well, I'm going to get off. And I'm going to try to get some sleep. Which I don't know if that's going to happen because I drank a bunch of coffee. So, ooh, I got my little sleep gummies that I got at the grocery store. That's, what is it? It's CBD and what's that other thing that they put in there? It starts with melatonin. That shit knocks me out. I should take one of those and then get my ass to bed. But, well, thank you everybody so much for hanging out. I hope this was fun. And just chit-chatting and bullshitting. And yeah, I hope this shit made sense. I really do. I do. I hope so. Thank you, Peggy, Mom, and good night, Johnny, and good night, Peggy, and good night to all of my other moderators. And thank you, everybody, to helped me out with the Grand Tableau, and everybody who's super chatted and all that fun stuff. I hope to see you guys again. I'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. See if I can come back on tomorrow if my brain isn't completely roasted. And Sunday we will be on my channel with Johnny and Jenny. So keep an eye out. All right, everybody. Good night. Bye.